Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Pre-Market Show for Friday, first day of August, August the 1st. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses to let me know you guys can see me, hear, or see my screen and hear me. Just waiting for comments from YouTube. Also, if you guys can hear and see my screen in YouTube, or hear me and see my screen. Okay, guy. Okay, great. You guys can hear me in the main room. Just waiting for somebody in YouTube to let me know the same thing. Then I can get rolling. Good. Okay, thank you, Oz. All right, guys. So let's take a look at the crazy ones first. MWYN. And now the other thing is, I am on a development build, a new development build of trade ideas. And they've got, now I'm hoping this does not slow down my computer too much because I can see they've got these little alerts now popping up in the bottom of it will be on an intraday chart. If you can see what I'm Fig, for some reason, is not loading. I know it loaded yesterday for me, but Fig is not loading. I know it's an IPO, but anyway, RDTL, you see it says running down 18 cents, less than 1 minute. We've got all these little, these are all alerts. These are all real-time alerts coming here. So I hope it doesn't slow down my computer too much, though. So far, so good. And this is in a development build, okay? So I've been asked to test it. So let's take a look at MWYN. Why is this up? So this is up for no reason that I can see. Oh, wait a minute. Let me get my correct news feed going. Okay, I still don't see any news. Yeah, I don't see any news on this. On the 29th, they said they were going to delay their annual report following filing due to ongoing accounting discussions, which is never good. So I'm surprised unless they've been alleviated. Uh, Never good. You can see the reaction ahead of that. So, but I don't know. I don't see any. I don't see that it's been alleviated at all. At any rate, this stock is up a lot, 95%, probably a low float, 4.6 million in the float. NAM, NAMM, NAMM. So this was yesterday. They issued a corporate update following NASDAQ listing, closing bell ceremony. That was yesterday. Big action yesterday. Anyway, we have some reaction now for this NAMM, another low float. Now, LiDAR, unfortunately, my friend Tank, who I don't know if he's still in this one, but LiDAR is an earnings play now also. Okay, so it's gap down on earnings, LIDR. So it's still got had the financing here and now earnings. So, at some point, if it ever gets back up through $4, it could get good again. I'll put a price on it in that area. Wrote a Reddit. Now I'm going to have to get rid of this HCTI. My guess is that, yeah, my guess they've done a reverse split, guys, and our provider has not taken into account that reverse split. So that's why you're seeing this crazy 15,000% up. Just give me a moment. I want to contact the guys. What I'm going to have to do. Hey guys, this will be gone in a moment. Reddit, though, I wanted to talk about Reddit. Reddit had earnings, and I'm not sure if it's an all-time high. Not quite an all-time high, but big pop for Reddit, RDDT. Big pop. This is an earnings play. Reddit is an earnings play. There we go. The one that's active right now, guys, is Tenon, T-N-O-N, T-N-O-N, trading higher after the company announced the acquisition of Sacro Joint Specific Assets from a company called Advantage. So that's caused that stock to pop up. Open is, well, any thoughts on it? I mean, all I can say is I saw that it popped a little bit. It was over two. Other than that, I don't know. I have no special insight on it. But, that was on a tremendous run. I think there was some kind of known figure who was behind this. But, since it hit the high of five, I mean, it just dropped, cut way in half. So I don't know. I don't know if there's any new news on this open. Yeah, I don't know if I don't see any new news on it, but it is up 10%. A lot of volume, a lot of volume. Big float. If that float is to be believed, 655 million in the float. So crazy we don't get there because yesterday we did have the chart for Fig. Fig though, I mean, $137 now. My goodness. Remember it was priced at what, $30 or something? How to change the color of volume? Okay, very quickly. Hopefully you can follow a question in our YouTube room. You're talking about this, the volume bars. So if you go to right click on your chart, go to indicators, and I think, yeah, I'm trying to remember what you guys have. Okay, edit. Okay, you edit, and then there's your volume right there, and then modify colors. And here's how you can have an up color or a down color right there. So you see I've got blue for up and orange for down. Set up the color, pick something from the palette, say okay, and I'll change it. Do the same thing here. Say okay, and don't forget you have to apply. I know I'm doing this quickly, but that's how you do it. And go over it a little bit. I'm a little busy right now, so but I can go over it later. Okay, Mohammed, if you didn't get all that. Roku is an earnings play. ROKU. Roku is an earnings play. And this is gapping down on earnings. Roku is gapping down on earnings. ROKU. Just give me one moment, guys. I'm just trying to tell the guys that the HCTI is incorrect. Okay. Yeah, a lot of earnings plays, guys. Here's my that. I mean, there's a ton of earnings plays still today. I'm surprised that yesterday was a huge day. Today is another huge day for earnings. A lot of earnings. What I'm trying to do is just look at some of the ones that we might know. Of course, well, obviously there's the Fleur. You guys probably don't know a lot about Fleur. The massive. I guess they still are, but you know what? You wanted a dam built? You can call Fleur. Huge, huge contractors. But they're moving down on earnings. Fluor, FLR, Moderna's moving down on earnings. mRNA, with their Roku, and what else is moving down? Paramount from yesterday, and then the ones on the way up. CPS, big move, 17%. Pretty low float, not much volume. Hardly any volume yet. Joby. Joby's on the move here, guys. Joby's on the move. JLBY is on the move. This, in my opinion, is the leader in this sector, the vertical takeoff and landing sector, EVTOL. And the high right there is an all-time high at 1857. So it's been kind of chopping around for the last few days. But Joby is trying to see, yeah, L3 Harris. That's a private company. Oh, LHX, working with air taxi maker Joby Aviation. And that's the reason for Joby's little pop right now. Yeah, we're actually in for another down day in the market. I was down a little. The Dow, well, we used to have the NAS. I guess the Qs don't move as much as the NAS. I don't know. Anyway, the Dow was down. The SPY is now down 6 points from yesterday's close, after being down a couple of points yesterday. Yeah, so Bjorn, have you created a symbol list before? See some of you, you're gonna have to create a symbol list. I'm gonna have to send you to the guide, okay? Sorry, I can't, I'm gonna have to send you to the guide to show you how you can create a symbol list. Just give me a moment. So if you go to the guide, well, click on my homepage link, and then scroll down to the education section. Education section. And then up here is our user guide. And so there's a whole section on symbol watch list, okay? Watch list, whole section on how to create a watch list, because that's what you're going to have to do. That's what I do. See, so what I've done is I've created a watch list. And unfortunately, it's not copyable. Otherwise, I would just give it to you. I can't just copy it. But a symbol list, watch list, and I created one a long time ago. I called it excluded symbols. You can see there's a lot in here. A lot of that was warrants and all that. But every now and then you get something crazy like that, an HTTI, and I put it in here, added it to that list. Excuse me. And then here in the configure, I know it's symbol list and then exclude the following list. And I checked it, once it was added in here, and that's how you get rid of it. But I know you're going to have to go to the guide though and learn how to create a symbol list. And then tomorrow I'll probably take it out, because I don't want to not see it forever. I remind myself, maybe a little note for Monday. Earnings play, guys. WSC is an earnings play. I'm hearing it moving down 15%. So I don't know. I'm going to have to. I mean, it's kind of interesting. What this is a new build. If you can see what I'm pointing at here, it's saying you're going to get all these little alerts, real-time alerts, running down extremely quickly, 72 cents in less than 1 minute. This is for the WSC. I'm gonna get all sorts of things coming in here. I hope it doesn't slow down my computer, and I don't know if it's optional. In other words, do I have to have it? I don't mind it right now. It's kind of cool, I suppose, but no audio? Okay, I gotta make sure you guys can hear me in the main room, right? And, I'm sure YouTube is fine, but you guys can hear me in the main room? Just need a alright, no bueno, I don't know how to well, you can't hear me, I don't know how to help him. So, not much I can do. So SMR is getting hit a little bit here. I have a feeling interesting, I did not know that Fluor had a stake in, new in, SMR. I did not know that. So with SMR falling, I don't know what the stake is. I don't know how much they own. But again, Fluor is it's an earnings play today. So I'm assuming it's down because of earnings, not because of yeah, I didn't know that. Look at this. Fluor provides update on ownership on their earnings call. Interesting. Wow, MCVT is on the move here, guys. Look at this big pop for MCVT. A high of 2 days ago was around 7. Before that, 722, and before that, 8. So MCVT on the move here. Announces a $500 million equity. Okay, so this is, I guess this is some kind of an altcoin, SUI. So this is another one of the ones getting into the altcoins. I don't know. I have a feeling they made a similar announcement here. Maybe they said they were going to get into it, and now they've announced this $500 million equity line. So trading 11% above the DWAP. It's sort of interesting. It's sort of interesting. Again, this is the development version I'm on. Okay, so now the problem is, I think, is that this stays until I. So that's what it's going to stay. But obviously, it's probably less. Probably was 689. It was probably 11%. So this is not changing dynamically. So if something really tries moving, let me see if I do it. I do it again. Now it's also going to give different. You see, it's also going to give different alerts. Now 192 times average daily volume. You know what? Okay, so KSS, is this an earnings play? Coles, no, it is not an earnings play. Boy, look at this thing up. It's just been beaten up. August 27th, so at the end of this month, they have earnings. Boy, it's just been absolutely beaten up. At the big pop, and that's ever since then, though, up to $21, it's been cut in half. and just continuing to fade. So, guys, I'm really changing the way I'm trading. I almost don't have to do any of this. I just have to wait till 9:45 when I start to see some of the stock coming into the consolidation, sorry, the gap continuation or reversal scan. I really don't have because I'm not as interested in these crazy low floaters right now. Doesn't mean you guys don't have to be, and I'll still display them, but I'm definitely more interested in the gap continuation or reversal scans, which are not going to show typically these low floaters, which quite frankly means I don't have to do anything really until quarter to nine or quarter to 10 Eastern time. All right, so there is a way to get rid of this if you don't want it. The three dots, where are those three dots? So I don't mind it. I don't mind it. I mean, it's kind of cool to see this, but if it's taxing my computer, if it's data coming in, I don't know if it's going to have an effect. It may not. Okay, guys, let's see. QUBT is making its way down, not an earnings play. Okay, QBTP is making its way down also. Don't see any news on it. Another one that's been, in a kind of a free fall from the high of 22 down to 14. A little bit of a jog up there, but the trend was definitely down. Oh, I see. Okay, here's how I can remove them. So these three dots. Now, the other thing I noticed, maybe I'm wrong. Again, this is in the development version. Were we able to put the price alert right on the chart? Can't remember if we were able to put the price alert right on the chart. When I say that, I'm talking about clicking on that little bell icon. Can't remember if we could do that before. Because I've always done this: right click, great price alert, then it pop. I don't think. I think this is new. I think this is new. It's a little quicker. Again, this is in a development version that I'm on. Okay, you guys don't have access to this. And yeah, so here Okay, so here is a bunch of options and the display alerts on the charts. If I don't want these, if I find this, that's what it would look like. Yeah, that's what it would look like. Okay, I'll keep them there for a while, just out of curiosity. Oh, they are. I don't think it's disabled. It's this thing, the premium. I haven't used this in years. Don't know. It doesn't work. I don't think it works in the pre-market. I haven't used this in years. It's not extra. It's been here for a long time, but I haven't used it in years. If you have access to it, just load, say, an RBI 5 minute and see if you get anything once the market opens. You know, give it at least 5 minutes. Okay, guys, I want to, in a moment, I'm going to save my layout and get the layout I use once the market is open, or the 9:30 layout. Okay, a couple of things to do. Okay, guys, and now I'm set for the open at 9:30, market 9:30 open. So this is what I'm talking about. I'd be paying all sorts of attention to the gap continuation or reversal scan. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Again, I'll be paying all sorts of attention. Now, this scan does not start to work until 15 minutes after the market opens. So at 9:45 doesn't mean you'll get something right at 9:45, but I put a delay on it, and I do that because. Give me one moment, please. Yeah, because things can remember it's a gap up and reverse, and things can gap up and reverse, and then get back right back up so many times in the first 15 minutes. So doesn't mean after 15 minutes it's all settled down, but certainly in the first 15, I don't want to see those. So yeah, I don't know. I know because we had fig yesterday, didn't we? We had fig yesterday. Uh, but I know the guys were talking yesterday. They couldn't load fig. When I say the guys, yeah, I don't know why. I don't know if it's because it was fig before, until May 25th, but we had it yesterday for sure. I had the chart yesterday. I don't know why it's not today. And you had it this morning. Interesting. Okay, guys, markets open now. Well, the 9:30. So have a great trading day or end of this trading week, everybody. And again, I typically don't trade in the first 15 minutes. Try to let things settle down a little bit. 'Cause it's interesting because we're obviously have the data on it because we're looking at the data right there. This is something new in the development version, not available to you guys or for you guys. Now, this is interesting. This is pretty quiet start. Normally, this is just loaded by now, the momentum scan. So if you're a treasury bull 3 times, there is some data coming in at 10 o'clock. I think the Michigan sentiment, I think, so that could just like yesterday when we had, something at 9:45, I think the Chicago PMI. So we have Michigan sentiment, I think, at 10 o'clock. That could affect the market short term. Boy, this is quiet. Quiet open. Seriously. So on a day like today, when you're getting the SPY so far anyway, my feeling is that a gap up and reversal, when if the market continues like this, will probably work better than say a gap down and reversal. If the market is like this, we'll have to see. I see SLXN was halted on the way down. Big day yesterday. However, big day with a caveat. Look what it did. It got up to 22, but closed down here. Oh, I'm sorry, that was the day before. No, that was yesterday. That was yesterday. So I mean, it got up to 23 and it closed down here at 15. Okay, so the Marwin has obviously moved down a bit. So what you're seeing here, these percentages, what that means, the 82%, it means that the stock is, if that's at 100%, it would be at the high of the day. So at 82%, it means it's obviously not at the high of the day and maybe pulling back, which it's doing right now. So, I mean, it's pulling into the VWAP. What is the VWAP? 162 is the VWAP. So will the VWAP hold it? And that's the question, of course. Will the VWAP hold it? All right, MCVT got halted on the way down. Boy, Fleur continued. I mean, this reminds me a little bit like the IP yesterday. I mean, the Fleur breaking way down underneath the 200-day moving average, way down. This is an earnings play, FLR, and I'm not going to hop into it yet, but this is what right now. If the scan were active, this would be a gap down and go. I mean, this is just getting killed here. Take a look at the weekly chart. Work at it. So the next low, so it's below that low right there. So the next low is around 37. So there's still, not quite $3 to that next low on the weekly chart for FLR. Now, will 40 hold it? Psychological whole number. Will it hold it? Maybe bounce off a little bit. Shady's in BTAI. Trading 4% below the VWAP at 936. Interesting. Now, I'm wondering down the road if there'll be a way to customize this. In other words, customize what you might see. Pick from all the different alerts that we've got and just sort of see if you can I'm sure, I don't expect it tomorrow, but seems like a logical one later on. Yeah, I don't think it's available for you guys. I'm on a development version, but I noticed that the development version, it's the same as the beta. You might want to try the beta. Oh, okay. So there's the VWAP. Let's see if it can charge through the VWAP. The VWAP is 176. You're talking about this because I don't have I don't have, I'm not using the browser interface on this one. Oops. Okay, that's why. The reason I don't want to have the browser interface because I like to be able to hover over the candle and see this immediately rather than having to click on the candle and a box pops up, which you have to do. If I want to see this information here, I've got to click a couple times. Sometimes, yeah, a box pops up. I don't like that personally, so that's why I keep the big the daily chart, weekly, monthly without the browser interface. It's just a personal preference. Okay, you asked about the RBI, Arthur. So I just loaded the RBI 5, and I see it's populating. So I guess it's working. Welcome. Don't be sorry, Luke. Welcome to the room. So I'll go long, I'll go short. I don't care about the float, and I don't care about the stock value. How's that? I basically I'm waiting for this one to start giving me some alerts. This is a gap continuation or reversal scan. Yeah, you'll see. Well, when it doesn't happen until at least quarter to 9, quarter to 10, 9:45. That's on purpose. But I'll go long. I'll go short. I don't care about when you say stock value. Are you talking fundamentals or are you talking about a price range? Yeah. So my price range. This says 1 to 100. Very rarely will I get anything even close to that because it's momentum. And it's hard for us, a really expensive stock to have the type of momentum. But this one, I think I go to 60. I think it's 60, just a personal preference. I think I go up to $60. So, Mohammed, are you a Trade Ideas? I'm talking to Mohammed in our YouTube room. I can't remember. Are you a subscriber to Trade Ideas? Okay, it's 9:41. So what I'll do is I'm going to put my homepage in case anybody wants that scanner. Okay, well, I'll show you how you can have the scanner. Okay, that particular scan. Now I go over my homepage in a lot more detail at 10 o'clock. But in case anybody wants this one that I'm just waiting on, okay, this gap continuation or reversal, you can click on my homepage link and then scroll down the middle section. Here are my scans. And there it is, the gap continuation. So you can load the scan right now, and then you can check the settings. Okay. And of course, everything is customizable. When I say that, price range, all like everything that I want to see does not necessarily mean that's what you want to see. And the other thing is just because I get an alert here doesn't mean I take the trade immediately. I want to get the alert. I want to check the chart. I want to see, if I were going to go long, first thing I'm going to do, I'm going to look left. I want to see if there's any, if you're on the daily chart or the weekly chart, is there, like, where is the next high? If it's too close, I won't take it. And if I want to go short, I want to check where the next low is. If it's too close, in my opinion, I won't take it. I want to see a lot of room a stock can run. And I know I run the risk of missing the things that are just moving in the first 15 minutes and continuing to move, but I'm getting way more comfortable at trading these sort of setups. So you can see that like some of the high flyers, they've pulled back. They're not near the highs of the day. That's what these percentages refer to. So if you look at the TNON, yeah, okay, it's actually moving high, but there's the high of the day. So that's why it's at 57%. There's the high of the day at 183. So just imagine a the daily candle. So right there, that's a great presentation of it. You can see that if PNON were at 100%, you would see, but it's at 63% in this. Also, there's the 200-day moving average. So I know it got through the 200-day moving average earlier, but let's see if it can do it again. And again, to use this, so if you look at IMAB and it says -7%, so if you're into pullbacks, you can, wow, in fact, this could be really interesting. Look at this. IMAB is right at the VWAP, guys, right at the VWAP, 250. So it's right at it. Will the VWAP hold it? Act as support. Okay, I'm starting to get some in the gap and the reversal scan now. I don't know. I mean, the Q, we used to have NASDAQ, DJ, but they changed it to the Qs. I don't think this is customizable. I don't know why they decided to change it to the Qs. I can tell you that. Maybe I'll ask. So you can see there are a lot of gap down and goes. What I'm really looking for is a gap up and reversal, which would be in yellow. A lot, but with the market doing what it's doing, a lot of these gap down and goes are going to probably work pretty well for a period of time. So here is one. Okay, it's a gap up and reversal. Look what it's doing. It's right on the 200-day moving average, right on it. 990. Sorry, 988. So it's right on it. You can see underneath yesterday's low, way down here. So that becomes something. And I do have shorts available, 2.5 million shorts available. So let's see if it can really take out the 200-day. Give me a moment, guys. Hey, guys, so I'm really watching this now. I want to see if this takes out if it does take out the 200-day moving average, the ASX. So instead of having to watch it, I'm just going to put a pressure a little bit underneath. But I can use this now. So this is another one that's showing up. And look left. I wouldn't take this short, not yet anyway. 2670 is the next low looking left. Well, there's stocks just really gapping down and going. This one is really close. I mean, there. SMR keeps moving down now, guys. SMR, big. Now, will this hold it right there? 4211. That is the next low looking left on the daily chart. Will that hold it? Give me a moment, guys. I'm getting. So this did show up also in the gap up and reversal, the NAMM. Typically short stocks under 10, but all right. Now Fleur, FLR, is showing up as a gap down and bit of a reversal play now. Oh, but it's pretty hard to commit to a reversal when the market's doing this, unless the market starts to reverse a little bit. But if it, or even stops moving down, pretty hard for me anyway to commit to a reversal type play. The market is doing that, so I'm just biding my time here. This is a gap. Excuse me, a gap down and go. EGY, not an earnings play. See if it breaks underneath 28. Yeah, just a gap down and go. I'm just looking at some of these. I mean, they're just continuing to move down here. EMN, this is an earnings play, okay? Eastern Chemical. So this is actually an earnings play. So I'm interested in this one, guys. This EMN, okay? I'm just watching it. It's just hovering around 60 still. I'm interested in this one. As a short EMN. What's left is not a lot of, I don't know where the next low is. Probably years away. Yeah, I don't care. It's several years away. Pepe, if you could ever tell me how to disable the anti-malware, I've been online trying to figure that out. Okay, guys, well, that reversed so far. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to put a price alert around 59.82 for this EMF and see if it takes that out later on. But this is reversed a little bit. I don't know. I mean, you could almost say it's following the market a little bit. So I'm just going to wait on it. Remember, our RSI yesterday had a huge day. Oh, yeah, a huge day. Went, yeah, way up. Held also closer to the high of the day, reversing today. So this is yeah, one of the bigger days we've had on the SPY for a while, a double digit down so far. All right, well, this now is through the 200-day moving average with NN, TNON. This is not affected by the market at all. It's completely trading on its own, as you can see. Typical alpha stock, not caring what the market is doing. And we did have some news about Fires SI Joint Specific Assets. Well, let's take a look left, and where could it go on the weekly chart? So yeah, so the next high on a daily chart, that's what that red line signifies, okay? So it's a little bit close. If we could take that out, I'm going to stick an alert number one over two, see if we can get there. And I'll revisit it. So I see the logo actually got up to $1. It didn't quite break through. Ooh, boy, here's one I missed. No, I didn't. I thought it was we had an alert at around just another gap down and go. So this is the day where, well, I mean, it's obvious the market being down, all sorts of gap down and goes, none, no reverse, no reversals yet, gap down and reverse, or no green, gap up and go. Yeah, everything is basically short. Okay, now, sorry, that's EchoStar. Okay, well, there's the tenon now, the TNON. It is over, it's at 205. Okay, this might be something I'll take. Anyway, sorry, guys, my malware is going crazy. Just give me a moment. Yeah, I've tried to disable it, and it doesn't permit me to disable it. And this is what happens. This when it really starts to, it doesn't allow me to get rid of it and detach. It won't allow me to do it. Not that way anyway. Yeah, it is going crazy. All right, guys. EMN now is now below. It's going up. Late, a little bit late, kind of a little bit late. Hey guys, I'm back. Sorry about that. Son of a gun! I missed out on this AMN. Oh well, there has to be another one. There has to be another one. Mm, this was awesome. But okay, I'm not going to dwell on it. Yeah, the market is definitely, yeah. I mean, so I don't, you know what, guys? I don't know what's going on here because we have the SPY down 12 up here and 6 here. Yeah, there's something off here because it's definitely down 12. Looking at Interactive Broker, so I don't know what's going on here. Hmm. I'm off, guys. I should be in this at 10 and I was distracted for a bit. I wanted to take this around the 207 mark. Oh well, got room, guys. If you took it, it's got room. 258 is the next high in the weekly chart. A little frustrated today. So this was halted. This was halted at 10 o'clock. Okay. Okay, so this resumed. So this must have been halted in the pre-market and for news of some sort. And look at this. Look at the wow. Oh, okay, this is it's an acquisition by Machinify. So that is an acquisition. So forget about it now. Somebody trying to get into ATEC earlier, ATEC. This is actually so this is an earnings play, and it's a gap up and go. This is one of the few ones that have actually gapped up and kept going higher. You can get. I want to get this tour short. Well, let's see. FLR. It's got room down to 37.27, so it's got almost got over $2 to the next low down there. So didn't get it. hard to commit to going long right now. This is probably an earnings play. Yeah, FLGT. So this is a gap up and go. Now it hasn't gapped up that much. Well, it has. It's up 11%, but it just made a new high, FLGT. But why wouldn't I take it? Well, look left, a couple of days, like yesterday, very close to that. 2 days ago, there's in the week. Sorry, this is a weekly chart. 1929, so it's too close. Now, if it can take that out, we'll put a price alert in that area because if it can take that out, the next high on the weekly chart is up here around 20. So, maybe an opportunity, especially if the market has any sort of a bounce. So this should be more trading on its own because it's an earnings play. Okay, a little bit of a reversal here for INOD. Okay, there's some next high looking left on the daily chart. I know it's on the weekly, but that red line is last week, the high right there. High, kind of room. It's an earnings play, trying to recover a little bit. This is the market hard to commit to, in my opinion, to gap down and reversal play with the market doing what it's doing. Okay, well, this did keep going for a while anyway, the INOD. So wow, it's 10:08 already. So what I have to do now, or what I'm going to do now, is go over my homepage, including the scans that I'm currently sharing with everybody. Another gap down and go. So many of these, obviously today, it's an earnings play. But you know what? These could have been down anyway, and they were earnings. Okay, so it's not necessarily, it's not completely market related. It's an earnings play, and whatever they came out with, market didn't like it anyway. Oh boy, here's my. I'm just missing out, guys. Sorry. The alert was at 48.95. We're at 48.24 now. All right, let me go over my homepage. This is what you're going to see at the very top, a way in which you can take out a subscription to Trade Ideas. You can use this promo code to get 15% off the first month only, or the entire year of a Trade Ideas subscription. All I ask, use my code, whatever the code is, it will change, but it'll always be the best percent you can get. Why use it? Helps to keep the room free. The company tracks all these promo codes that are out there. They see my name being used over and over. They don't mind keeping the room free. It's simple. Get the trade of the week. So this is free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. You sign up for the trade of the week and you don't think you're getting it, please check your spam folder first. And then also, if you have Gmail, your promotions folder first. If you still don't see it there, then you can contact us, okay? But please don't contact us until at least you check those two other folders. And again, it is free. You get it before the market opens every Monday morning. Education section is here. Getting started with Trade Ideas. First thing you must do, mandatory that you do this. If you take out a subscription to Trade Ideas, there are very short videos to get you started. If you don't have trade ideas and you're wondering about if this is a good fit for you can take a look at these videos also. You don't have to do the first one, of course, the download and install, but look at the rest of them. Again, they're very short videos. That maybe can help make your mind up whether or not this is a good fit for you, something you might want. Back to basics. If you're new to trading, this is a whole series of free videos designed for the new trader. And again, it is all free. Now, if you're looking for my scans and you click on my homepage link, scroll down, middle section, here they are. So this is the one I'm paying a lot of attention to, the gap continuation or reversal scan. I also have this one. This is the Pepping combination scan. I haven't looked at it. I probably should have. The ones you can actually see, and this is what this one looks like. Only there are 4 alerts in it right now. So the ones you can actually see, first of all, this is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market act is up and down. That's what I use in the pre-market. When the market opens, though, I switch my layout. And so I've got the change in 5 minutes, the change in 2 minutes. It could be a negative number. Now this is okay. Let me. You can sort on different column headers. So this is the change in 2 minutes. Okay, but as you can see, I can sort on different column headers that I got, and I'm going to keep this on the position and the range. This tells me how close the stock is to the high of the day. If that's at 100%, that would be at the high of the day. So you can start looking at these percentages and saying, okay, they pulled back off the high of the day. Maybe it's setting up in the way I like. This is the momentum scan is right here. And there's the gap continuation or reversal scan that I'm paying attention to. Driving me crazy looking at the EMN. So if you have any questions about them, you can ask me. And by the way, welcome to the room. If you're new to the rooms, we are also streaming YouTube now. And of course, what I call the main room. If you're new, welcome to the room. Now, Chris is actually, I found out he's off all next week. I thought he was just off. He was off on Monday, but he's on holidays all next week. So I'll be opening the room. I know I was a little earlier than I thought today, but probably by about 8:15 Eastern time next week. Okay, at 5:15 my time. Okay, around that time, and then I get on the mic at 9. So the room will be open around 8:15 in the morning Eastern time next week. And then I go to about 2:30, and I'll say later if there are questions. Once I leave, the rooms have to be closed. You want to keep me around, just ask me questions. So when you say how to add the anchored VWAP, are you talking about the $50 a month add-on DT? I mean, I don't use it at all, but I see the little anchor up here. Well, if you're talking about this, click on new and then dock channel bar, and then where is it? You're talking about this, the anchored VWAP channel. You're talking about this. This is an add-on, yes. Okay, you're not talking about that. So you're just talking about clicking on the anchor right here. I see. I'm on a development build. Can you see what I'm pointing at? You might have an anchor. Again, I don't use it, but I guess you can. I can set up. I guess I just set it up accidentally. I think you have to when you start. You sort of position. I do this, and I click on it, and then I move down. And let me see if anything has been set up. Yeah, I guess something has been set up. You have to play around with it, okay? Well, when you click on it, nothing happens, but I think then you have to go. Let me try on a chart that is not as full. Now, of course, I don't know where it is here. It might be. I'll go to the browser interface. So here it is. Okay, I'm going to click on it. I think you, I think you click, then and then it just, when I clicked on it here, then it just automatically drew the line down to here. But I think when you click on it, and then you go to where you want to start the anchor, and then you click, and I think it just drew it. Okay, you can see there's that line there, that little mauve line, that must be the anchored VWAP on the weekly chart. I don't use it though. Okay, desktop. Well, this is the desktop version. I don't think it's available on the web-based version. So it's definitely available. What you see here is the desktop version, but I think you have to click on it and then you go to where you want to start the anchor, and then you click, and I guess it immediately draws it. Well, I don't know how to help. I'm sorry. Let's see. I'll try it one more time. I'll click on it. I'm going to put it. I'm going to see. I'm going to click. I'm going to go right to the top here, and then I'm going to click, and it drew the line. It definitely drew the line. You see how it drew that line? I don't know why it's not working for you. You have to you have to go to where you want to start it. So you click on it, go to where you want to start it, and then click again. Okay, and then click again, and then it draws it. No, I'm not holding the mouse. I just click on it, and now I'm not holding the mouse. I'm not holding anything on the mouse, and then I just go to where I want it. I have my crosshairs where I want it, and then I click, and it draws it. See, I've got all these ones drawn now. So just click on the click on it. You don't have to hold down anything on your keyboard. You don't have to hold down on your mouse. Just click on it, activate it, go to where you want it. Okay, I have my crosshairs there, and then left click your mouse, and it should draw it. Change the color of it. Probably. Well, this is all changed for me here. That's just the VWAP. Okay, that is just the VWAP. So, well, if you did it the way I did it, that'll be the anchor. I mean, you pick a spot where you anchor it, and then you just click it once after you click on the anchor, and then you just move wherever you want, and then click it, and that should draw the line automatically. How to change the color? I'm not sure. I if there's got to be a way. I would have thought it would be. And see, I'm in this. Hey, that's how you do it. Okay. So hopefully you've got this as an option. Right click, modify indicator parameters. Hopefully you've got that as an option. And I can see right here, see how many, I've got a bunch of anchored VWAPs. Okay. And I'm going to get rid of them. And here's how you can modify the color. Okay. Hopefully you've got that as an option. where it says modify indicator parameters. Okay, indicators. Are you using the browser interface, or or does it look like this without the cloud wave? The indicators. Oh, edit, 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 edit. Okay. Yeah, there you go. Okay, it's an edit. Why don't they allow modify? I don't understand that. I've had that forever. Okay, so you understand how to do it now? So use browser interface. So I guess you can go to indicators and then and edit, and then here. Okay, here. So I've got four of them anchored VWAPs. So I'm going to get rid of them all, but I was just showing you how you can add them. Okay, good. You're good. You can ask a MN question. I'm talking house in our YouTube room. I may not have the answer you're looking for. If you're asking when it's going to be available, it's still there's no set date. Oh, all right, guys. Well, I've missed out on a bunch of stuff, so it's always Monday. Like IMAP, yeah, I missed out on the IMAP. This is from our AI, 256, 320 now. Nice. Will it only be in the browser? Well, I guess that mean that's the goal is to have it in the browser. As long as Brokers Plus is available in the browser, I can't. But I'm not 100% sure. Question is, will the money machine, when it's finally launched, if it is, will it be only in the browser? It's certainly not going to be in the web browser if that's what you're talking about. If you're talking about our web-based version, it won't be in there. That's been discontinued. So it, it's possible that it'll be in that desktop. No, not desktop, whatever it's called. I don't use it. There you go. Pepe says it'll be in the downloadable application. Okay. Yeah, I missed out. Well, the IMAP's certainly a big miss. This was a nice break. Okay, a nice break. Yeah, I'm going to probably do this one in the video because, look at IMAP here. Now, we had an alert from our AI at 256 right here. This was at right at 9:40. That's on a 5-minute candle. You can see on the 5-minute candle. There it is on the 15. And on the 5-minute, but look what happened. It got up to 270. So, you could have taken it, but look what happened. It got down, and then it actually hit the stop. And then it got back up to the stop or through the stop, and you had an opportunity to get that trade again, or for the first time, if you missed it, right here, halfway between the stop price and the entry, which would have been 252, and that's gold. So I'll show this. This is what I'm talking about. So if you have our AI guys, please have the reentry time. At least have the reentry price column up and running. Doesn't always trigger. What has to happen is you have an alert price, you have a stop, very close, very tight stop here. If at any time during the day the stock hits that stop price and then comes halfway between the original alert price and halfway between the exit price and the alert price, in this case that would be 252, you will get an alert. We have one here also. I mean, another excellent one. Look at this. I mean, so you could have got, if you've taken this early, you may have got stopped out, but then if you re-entered at 1265, 1383, they're not all going to work like this, but here's another one, 8311. So I got in at 8311, and now it's at 80. So that's a short. That's a short, so that's good. And there are a lot of times, that people all they do is wait for the re-entry. You can look at it this way that okay, the idea was good, maybe a little early. That's all. And there are many people who just wait for re-entries. Now you could go a day, several days without a re-entry because it has to get halfway between the exit and the entry price to trigger. But today, all three of them would have been really good. Okay, so this is my test now because my, my system has quieted down. I want to see if it speeds up again by having all these alerts. What would be nice is maybe that, down the road anyway, is just to sort of have one that you want or a couple. So I'm surprised that, so Jose, you have the AI. So I'm surprised it is not part of the default, but you can add it. Okay, there you can add it. It's just a column to add. Okay, so if you right click on the body, and then go down to columns, you see here are everything that we have. I always say it every time. Too many, way too many. But in alphabetical order. So there's exit price. If you don't have it, left click on it, and then left arrow it over. Make sure that maybe it was over here. You know what I mean? Okay. That's how you add, and that's how you add these columns also. Just go right click, go to the columns, and then scroll down. There's alphabetical order, and then you can add them. At least add the reentry price. At least, and if you have a sound alert on which you should have a sound alert in your AI. This will also a sound alert also. Yeah, this could turn into my favorite day, but I'm grumbling right now. But yeah, a big gap down and then a recovery for a while. It doesn't have to be all day, but right now we're 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, a half hour straight up, which should really help. Stocks like well, here's BE. I think BE is actually an earnings play. Yeah, BE is an earnings play. So yeah, I'm wondering now. This is a good test for me to see if this really is the culprit. Yeah, I mean, EMN was awesome. I mean, it's just this is the don't repeat version of it. So I'm only going to see. I mean, a lot of stocks. I mean, we're in earnings season, okay? When earnings season starts to subside somewhat and then get out, you will not see this many. And in fact, it's probably better because it's hard to know which one to choose from. But the reason why we're getting so many is because a lot of these are earnings plays, and what do stocks do when a lot of stocks when they release earnings, they either gap up or they gap down. Not every stock, but this is the don't repeat version. So that's the first alert was at for EMN was at 9.51 and at $60. So right now that's a $2 move. All right, guys. Well, time is now 10:30, so I want to go over this momentum scan. Just want to demonstrate the power of trade ideas and why I think we separate ourselves from most of the scanners that are out there. So if I'm just going to get this, show you individually, open the alert window. So this is what the scan is looking for, okay? If the stock is between $1 and $100 and the current volume is at least 20, that means it's going to be trading at least 20 times normal up to this time of day. So, it's that would be extraordinary. 500,000 shares minimum. Now, this is why I call it a momentum scan. The volume in the last minute is at least 1,000% of normal, and in 5 minutes, 400% of normal. It's got to be up at least 2% from yesterday's close. So if all these filter values are met and the stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. So I know that you guys, I guess, got back into this BTAI. Excuse me. So BTAI made a new high. Now I have, when you load it from my homepage, this is what you're going to see. Okay, you're going to see the stock over and over again. What I did, you don't have to do the same thing, is I decided that I only want to see the stock every 5 minutes if it makes a new high. Okay, you don't have to do the same thing. This is the repeating version, the normal version, where in which you would see the stock over and over and over again. See how it's repeating. You don't have to do the same thing. So there are many screening programs out there, and and of course we can screen. What a screener would do is, typically somebody might say, "Well, show me the stocks that are up the most today. Show me the stocks that are down the most today. Show me the stocks that are." Let me just do this. I just want to move this over. Show me the stocks that are moving the most in a 5 minute period. Okay, and rank them, list them. That's what a screener will do. And of course, we can screen, but we take it one step further, applying the values, the screening, the filter values to a trigger. In this case, the trigger is a new high of the day. And these are all real-time alerts. So if you like the scan the way it is, you can have it, but you can make changes to it, of course. If you don't like my price range or something else about it, you don't like, or maybe you have a filter you want to add in. Maybe you have any trading experience at all. Maybe you want to add in a filter. You can do it. This is what I like to see. It doesn't have to be what you like to see. Now, you want to build your own scan from scratch, you can do that. I'll click on search this time. So here's where, I have to caution people who are looking at this for the first time. Don't get overwhelmed by all this. These are the real-time alerts that we have. We're at the very top, the two most popular, then you find the new low of the day. And if I scroll down, these are the filters that we have. We have a lot of them. So why do we have so many? Well, when the company started in 2003, it felt most people probably would not want to have to learn a programming language in order to create a scan. That'd be a lot harder. So what they did is they said, okay, let's try to create enough different real-time alerts and all those different filters so that if you had any trading experience, you could find a way to combine them to give yourself the type of scan you're looking for. What I did here, what I've done here. Okay. But that's why there are so many. You don't have to learn them all. If you have any trading experience at all, what I would do is just kind of scroll down And if you see something that you recognize from your trading experience, you can take a look at it. And I always like to look at the standard deviation breakup because I like that little icon. If you're understanding what that means, left click on it. You can click on the help, and that'll give you a really detailed explanation about what what the definition is. But you don't have to go through each one of them and click on that. You don't have to learn them all. But again, if you see something that you recognize, great. Now, personally, I have a very simple trading style. All I need in my alert windows is the new high and the new low of the day. That's all I use. Okay, but that's my trading style. Doesn't have to be yours because yours could be very different. You might see things that you would rather use, right? And that's fine. And only use a handful of the filters. I like my price range, minimum volume, relative volume, things like that. So I don't. I mean, I probably don't use 98% of all those everything that I was showing you. But your trading style may be different. So that's why you do have the opportunity to create your own stand based on your trading style. So this is a trading room, but it's also a support room. Okay, you don't have to wait till noon Eastern time. A lot of people seem to want to wait till noon Eastern time. Steve will be there again. Steve Gomez will double duty. He was there yesterday. I'll be taking a break around noon, and then Steve will take over in our YouTube room, and you can ask me questions. You can ask me questions all day long. If I'm tied up doing something, I'll certainly let you know. But typically, I try to answer questions as I see them come in. If it's an accounting type question, I won't be able to answer that, but I can direct you to the people who can, not in the trading room, but I'll give you an email. So Al Joseph in our YouTube room, are you talking about the money machine? If that's what you're referring to, the new AI system. Um, there's no date on it yet. Okay, it's still I think from what I'm reading in our internal Slack, I think we're getting closer and closer to being able to test it at least internally in simulation mode. The problem, we haven't been able to test it internally in simulation mode. Just ask Steve that question. He's more. You can ask him also. So that's the first step, okay? For us to be able to test it, us as in internally, if we're satisfied that it's working the way we want, then we're going to allow anybody with a premium service to test it themselves in simulation mode. So there is no date for either of those for that either. And then if we're satisfied that we don't mind launching it, then it'll be the first 100 people that signed up a long time ago. We'll have first dibs, and they'll be charged $2,000 for it. Now there could be people that list that list was filled up immediately, but that was last July and August. There could be people now who are dropping off, so that will be the next step. So I can't tell you when, obviously, because we have to get that. We have to test it internally. Then we'll allow users to test it internally or not internally, and test it in simulation mode. It's been a long process, but better a long process than trying to get it out really quickly and not having tested it as much as we have. Okay, let's see if there's anything that maybe I can do. I mean, that's what they've been saying, 5,000. I mean, I don't know. I mean, if it works, if it's wildly successful, I can see how they can charge that. Oh, there has been some, have been some excellent reversal plays now. The market's missing out. So I did see this TSSI at 27, 10, 10. That was a time. 27, look at it now. 29. Well, Moderna is, this is not, yeah, it is an earnings play actually. So the next low looking left on the rising interface. So the next low looking left on the weekly chart is 2681. It's below that. The next low is way down here, 25. So but $1.60 to that low. So we had one, two, three, four, five, six. So we had about half an hour of probably stocks that were had some nice reversals in them. Now it's starting to move down again. So I'm not looking when my favorite day, as I call it. You know, give me at least half an hour, maybe an hour. Doesn't have to be the whole day of reversing. But, when you're day trading, half an hour is like eternity. Yeah, really. I feel like I'm chasing it a bit, but I'm definitely interested in this Moderna short. So I'm going to put a price alert down here. Okay, I want to see if it takes this out a little later. It's popping a little bit, 26.59 though. A low right there. We will have room on the weekly chart. So I want to see if this is just a momentary blip up. Obviously, it would have been better to have it up in this area, but so RDTL, so 99.93%. What does that mean? It means it's right at the high of the day. This is Reddit. This is the Reddit long. Okay, so Reddit, we saw Reddit in the pre-market. Yeah, it was, and so this is if you thought Reddit was going to continue to move higher, this is the way in which you can participate, and you could double the move. So you see that it says 38%. So Reddit, the stock, will be up around 19 something. Sorry, 20 something now. Okay, 20%. So that other one is you double the move. But if Reddit starts to move down, the yard, whatever the yard ETL will move down. So if Reddit moves down 1%, this will move down 2%. And again, this is the new world, boy. I mean, we've got so many. I don't remember what the first one was, but it might have been Nvidia. We have so many stocks now that have ETFs designed specifically for them, and both on the long side and typically on the short side. So if you thought Reddit was, I don't know, I'm going to see if this is right. Okay, I took a guess that might be the short. So most of them have a way to go long, and most of them have a way to go short. So you could buy the short, okay, as opposed to shorting the stock. You could buy the short. It's probably something else. I thought I would take a flyer and call it RDPS. Other earnings play, guys, the wisdom tree, okay. Other earnings play, this is a gap down and trying to reverse. Now the market's trying to make up its mind right now. We had a couple of bars, but this blue candle here, we're trying to wipe out these two reds. Now I'm gonna have to do maybe is anybody else with a SPY chart up? Anybody else with a SPY chart up that says -6 or 597? Because we have it up here. The SPY is down 9. Well, I can tell you, it's down 9.8, 982. We have it here 597. Is that what you guys have? Okay. I just want before I talk to our development people because that shouldn't be. So if anybody has a SPY chart up, so does your SPY chart? What does yours say? Does it say correctly? Okay, on your SPY chart. On your SPY chart. One mine that says this. Okay, thank you guys. So for some reason, on my SPY chart, let me change. It shouldn't matter, of course, but that's weird. I haven't got anything crazy in here. I don't know why that's happening for me. I don't want to bug them if it's only me. So nobody else has on a SPY chart using our chart, of course, that it's down 597. Ah, that no. So it's a dev build. Okay, so I'm going to let them know. Actually, it looks like it's stuck. What was the SPY down yesterday? I think the SPY was only down a couple of points yesterday. No, no, I don't. I'm sorry, guys. I don't. I don't care about other charts. Anybody else's chart. I'm just care about this chart that I'm seeing right there, and for trade ideas. Okay, I know the other charts are going to have the spike correctly down about 10 points. Other charting programs. I know that, but this looks like it's stuck here. All right, give me a moment, guys. I may as well just almost forget about today. The development stuff. They've asked me to, test this development build. Okay, guys, I just okay. So your TI chart is wrong. So it's not just the development build. Okay. Okay. So JTB. So you're not on the development build also. So see, it's stuck. It is stuck right there. I mean, it's not moving at all. And I've tried to do a reset a few times. Yeah, it is stuck. And it's not stuck on yesterday because it was not down that much yesterday. Okay, moving on, moving on. Wow, look at SBAT, guys. Look at SBAT. And I have to look at it, EMN, because it's showing me it over and over and over again. EMN. Boy, SBAT is just. I mean, it had a little bit of a pop yesterday, a little bit, but it could not close at the high. And the next low looking left is $12 or so on the weekly chart. Next low looking left on the daily chart is 1651 or so. So many of these gap down and goes. Oh, sorry, Poe. I want to execute HTTI. Yes, you can do it. Yes, I mean you want to create a symbol list and yeah, create a new list, give it a name, and then you attach that. And then the next step is you probably just exit out of this, cancel out. So once you've created the symbol list, then you have to move it over. Oh, I thought you said you found it. So tools, symbol list, and then you just click on create new list. Click on tools, symbol list, and then create new list. Give it a name. Okay. So so you create the name, put the symbols in that you want. Okay. So once you've done that, okay. Then it should show up here. Okay. It'll show up here if you've done it correctly. So then the next step is to go to properties. No, not, I've got to get to another here. Right click, configure, and then go to symbol list. This is in a top list window or an alert window. Okay. So right click one more time. Right click, configure, and then go to symbol list. So click on that add existing list, and you should see it if you've created it correctly. It'll be in a list here, and you left click on it, and that'll move it over. It'll move over, and then that's how you can. And remember, this is a drop down. All symbols is the default, and now you can say only following list. Check it if that's what you're trying to do, or exclude the following list if that's what you're trying to do. Don't know what you're trying to do, but okay. And then it gets attached to whatever, however you started that process, to the top list or an alert window. And of course, you can attach it to as many as you want. You're not limited to just the one. Ah, too bad. This is a gap up and reversal play, this XHR. But I look at this, 1235, the next low. I mean, if I knew if I took the short at 1235 that it would get down to 1213, great. But I'd rather have it more room to move before it hits that next low. It just looks really good, but I just want more room. This is the other one. I tried to actually get this one, but I didn't get the fill I wanted, the floor, down $2. This is this is a frustrating day for me, guys. I know I keep saying that. I'll stop. Every now and then you have days like this. Yesterday was awesome. Frustrating only in that I also had opportunities to get some great trades, and I just either was distracted or missed out. Fix it, but with the Fleur now, Fleur. I think I had to go back. Oh no, I didn't. Okay, so here, $37 is the next low on the way. 37.23. So there is room. Okay, got okay. I'm gonna put no. I might take 30 seconds or so. So you actually put the symbol list. You put it in, and you said um, this. Exclude the following list. You put HCTI and whatever you name that. Like my exclusion, I just call it excluded symbols. Is that what you did? Like I don't know what you named it, but is that what you did? And then you check exclude and then checked it and then exclude the following list. Is that what you're trying to do? You don't want to see HT, you don't want to see HCTI. But you don't have to log you don't have to log out and back in. But it may not be instantaneous, that's all. It might take 30 seconds or so. Hmm. Maybe do an account reset. It shouldn't take that long. And 100% you did this correctly, right? Exclude the following list. You checked it, and then said, okay. Problem is, I'd like, if you send me your cloud link, but it's not going to help because that's a symbol list for you, and they don't copy. Maybe, maybe try clicking on account reset a few times. And you said, okay. So I'm going to uncheck it. I just want to uncheck it. Well, I don't have the excluded symbols in here, but remember, so if I wanted it, I'd have to check it, and then say okay. But you said okay, right? You clicked on okay. Because if you just checked it and then left it, then you have to say okay. So yeah, please try. Yeah, I mean, I can see what you've done. You've done it correctly. I see only the following list, not only the following. Exclude the following list, right? Exclude. Yeah, exclude the following list. I see you've done that, but then you have to say okay. If it doesn't work, then I have no idea. Yeah, develop three. We are on. Well, that's another thing. When you go, if you click on tools and symbol lists, okay, I don't know how many you've ever, make sure that you do see whatever you named it. Make sure you have at least one or edit the list. Make sure the HCTI was added into the list correctly, as Pepe is saying. Yes, develop. We're back. Broadcasting on YouTube now. Well, I am anyway. It looked like you did it right though. Well, at least yeah, I mean, you had to have created it at least you have it moved over correctly because it's in that column, but your next step then is to make sure that you actually put the symbol in, you know? You know what, Poe? It takes a brave man to, admit an error. Not a brave man, but, some people never wanna admit it, but, so that's what you did. Okay, so now it should work, okay? You put it in the wrong symbol. You put HTCI. It's hard for me to read that. Is that an exclamation mark instead of the L? Anyway, put it in correctly and it should work. Most people just do not ever want to admit to being wrong. So I also have to remember, 'cause some of you may not know, like they're in YouTube, for instance, I was talking to Poe in the other room, the main room. So I have to remember, let people know, and if I'm talking to somebody in YouTube, to let have to let everybody know because you might be looking around, well, where's this guy? Where is this guy? So, you know what, guys? I'm at maybe gearing up for round three. It's over the VWAP. Over the VWAP. The VWAP is 298, so it's over the VWAP now. And the high up here is 340. So it could be getting for another run. Getting ready for another run. I mean, this is pretty cool, guys. With all these are just alerts. These are real time alerts happening here. Now, the only problem is I mean, this is what's happening when you click on the on the symbol and the chart loads. But obviously, as this stock is moving, this is not going to be real time. But when you click, well, let me explain again. TNON. So this is saying it's currently 1,138 times average daily volume. You can see. I mean, obviously, look at that. Trading 2% above the VWAP. You can just see at the time of the alert. Okay, well, here's another one, guys. LXEH is now right on the VWAP. Ooh, this was a could have been a okay. The low yesterday, so it's an earnings play, IRT. This is an earnings play. Look at the low yesterday, 1662. And let me take a look at a weekly chart. Where could it go? Can't see on a weekly chart. How about on a monthly chart? So the next low on a monthly chart is down here at 1562. Now there could be some days or weeks within this month, but that's about $1 at least on the monthly chart. So why don't I? And that's the low of last month also. So why don't I put a price there around 1656? See if it takes out the low of today and the low of last month, and maybe just maybe it'll continue its way down for a while. Okay, guys, sorry about that. Back on. So what could be interesting with this is, and I've made this suggestion, but I have no idea if or when or if it's possible. I mean, I guess anything is possible, but to have this customizable. So in other words, pick the alerts that you would want, maybe two or three alerts that you might want. I got to admit, this is pretty cool though. SBAT guys, SBAT, look at this move down again on SBAT. Yeah, so this is saying the price crossed above the open as an example. It's pretty cool. Now, whether it can help us trade, I don't know, but I mean, it's interesting to see this information there. Give me a moment, guys. Oh man, Fleur, guys, Fleur, Fleur, Fleur. Ah, that is just an awesome short. Now, Pepe, I haven't had a chance to look at your scan at all. Probably, well, there's Fleur, 3857. Yeah, 3857. Even late EMN, 5686. Oh, it actually popped from there. BMNR, I'm just looking at 3048. Yeah, moving down. It might be one to take. Oh, the IMAB early. Yeah, haven't had a chance to look at your scan at all. So develop, yeah, the problem, our provider did not take into account the reverse split for HTS. Wait, let's see if it's been fixed for HTIC, okay? Or what is HTCI? Yeah, HTCI, sorry. Did not take into account the fact that it's a reverse split today. Why isn't it loading at all? Yeah, it's just, yeah, you got to get that. It's just unfortunate. Our provider does not have that data yet. Fibonacci, it is on my homepage. Oops. So on my homepage, if you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. So scroll down a bit, middle scan here, or the middle section, my scans, and right at the bottom here, the combo scan. I call it the Pepe combo scan because Pepe put it together. Okay, so that's it. Now, and anybody else listening, if you load the scan now, you are not going to see all. You're only going to see the last one, probably the last now. The way this is color coded, this is a suggestion to short, and if it's powder blue, a suggestion to go long. So you'll probably see the last suggestion to short and the last suggestion to go long. You will not see all of them when you load the scan right now. Same with any scan that you load right now. If you load, the Momo scan, you'll only see the last alert. You're not going to see everything that happened previous. Okay. SPET guys, well, okay, I can admit I did take a little, not a lot because you know how jumpy this can be. I just decided to close my eyes and take some. 1646 is the next low looking left. So at least I got that one. You can see what's happening here, SPET over and over and over and over again. Yeah, HCTI is salted, isn't it? Well, it's the same stock. They did a reverse split today, or effective today. Developed. Yeah, but it's a reverse split. So if you check your account, I don't know what the ratio was. You'll have to divide. I don't know what the ratio was. Just give me a moment. I think somebody. So you'll have to divide whatever the ratio was. It's probably a big one into the number of shares you bought. So you're. Thank you. So you have to divide how many shares you took and divide that. And I'm surprised your broker hasn't adjusted it, but it was a 1 for 25 reverse split. That's all. It was only that ratio. Well, I don't know if you should be, but your profit, your P and L should be reflected that in your brokerage account developed. Yeah. So I said 1 for 25. So pass that on, Pepe. Well, how many shares you bought? You divide that by 25. That's how many you've got now. So if you had 1,000 shares, if you bought 1,000 shares of that thing, then you'll have 40 shares right now. Just divide whatever you bought by 25. The market cap in theory remains the same, okay? Because the ratios, the stock goes up by 25, but the number of shares you have drops by a ratio of 25. So in theory, the market cap is the same. Now, what happens to the stock afterwards? I mean, that's anybody's guess. I'm talking to develop in our YouTube room. Yeah, and the problem developed is that our provider in this particular case, did not adjust the share or the how much it was up, because it's obviously not up 15,000%. You can see it here now. All right, guys. So, oh man, getting back to some of this. So when you see this in not green, okay, not a green shade, that means that PAPL, PAPL, is down for the day. So you can see it's down for the day, 7%, but it's starting to run. That's what that means, okay? Same thing with the CPOP. It means it's down for the day. When it's not in a green shade, it's a red shade. Means it's down for the day, but it's starting to move. So you can see IMAB didn't do it. I was really hoping it would hold that VWAP and maybe pop from it, but did not do it. Is interesting. So the 8 and the 20 period SMA both sloping up on the 15-minute chart, on a 15-minute chart. So when it's green, okay, so Fibonacci. So if it's green, it means it's up for the day. Okay, so if I look at MSOS, I guess it would be like a cannabis. Yeah, so MSOS is up for the day. You can see that now. But if you had a negative, let's see if I can find a negative number. But if you had a negative number and it was green, all that means is it was still up for the day, but it was moving, but it was pulling back. You see TNON right down there. It's hard to see, but it's a 4% move down, okay, within a 5-minute period, but it is still up for the day. Okay, makes sense. So that's how it's colored. That's how you kind of read the color. You typically do not see too many that are not green, but it's interesting when you do see one. If it's red, that just means it's down for the day, but it's trying to crawl back. So this is another. All right, so HCTI resumed. Oh boy, this was a nice one. Pretty well. I didn't really reverse that much yet. I know I had an alert for this one, NGNI, on a reversal. So you can see this is why I like I mean, I know the candlesticks will show it. I just find this more highly visual. You can see that little jut out there, our little right line. That's where it closed yesterday. I just find it's visually nicer than candlesticks. And I know candlesticks, you can do the same thing. I just find it visually better. So that's why you can see it's still down for the day, 39 cents. That's where it closed yesterday. Okay, I know you guys are talking about Lobo. I know that was over a dollar, then under a dollar. And let's see. High of the day was 107. Lobo EV Technologies. The sale of electric vehicles, e-bicycles, e-mopeds, e-trikes, so not cars, off highway for four wheels, so not cars, everything else but. Waiting on the S bet guys to see if they can take out 17. I'm still have a little bit of that left. Kind of room. Volume coming in too. Some volume coming into this one. This is a gap down and reversal play. Market is. I mean, the market doesn't have to be ripping higher. Just wanted to stop moving down. I think for the reversal plays to somewhat work. But I mean, it still wants to look like it wants to move down a bit. I love it though. I mean, look at the room it's got. There's the next high in the daily chart. Yesterday's high, 23.46. It's not an earnings play today. It's next week. Come on, S break 17. Let me see if I can induce it downwards. New 5 minute low. I love it. I like this. It's intriguing. I mean, it's just information coming at you. You don't have to. But I think ultimately to be able to select which real time alerts you want. Oh, you mean my daily reversal scan? No, that would be a that means it, that means the day before it had gapped down, and now today it's recovering. If it's green, I don't have it up and running right now. You're talking about my daily reversal, yeah, from that I gave to you, I guess, last week. Yeah, so everything you see, if it's green, that means the stock gapped down the day before, and now it's trying to recover. Give me an example of one. Okay, I don't have it up and running. Just give me any stock that you've seen in it. No, 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 no. Okay, the gap continuation or reversal is all for intraday. Okay, all intraday. The other one, the daily reversal, looks at daily candle reversals. It's a daily candle reversal. So it's nothing to do with this. This is the one I should be in. Okay, you'll see that. I mean, if just take a look at. You have to have a daily chart up, but give me a symbol, any symbol that's. So give me a symbol, okay, Poe, that's coming from the daily candle reversal scan. Okay, yeah. So this was up yesterday and down today. Um, okay, maybe at one point it was green when it was doing this. Okay, yeah, at one point it was probably green. So I'm surprised you got an alert for it because really you got an alert for that? I mean, this isn't, this to me would have been one that's moving down. So it would have been, you know what, I'll bring it up. It should have been in red or whatever color I've got. It should have been in yellow. So if I look at Archon as an example, yeah, so it was up yesterday and it's moving down today. I mean, you can look at it for bounces, of course you can, but that's the theory behind it. There's okay, so UTZ as an example. It should have been so it was down yesterday, but it is now above yesterday's close and starting to move. I look at Trox, it should be the same sort of thing. It's, down yesterday, but now it's above yesterday's close. Doesn't mean it's going to keep filling this void, of course, but well, the yellow, yeah, so the yellow would mean a potential short. That was up yesterday, okay, it was up yesterday, but it's now below, it's moving down. So yellow, Archon is, so anything in yellow is a potential short, anything in powder blue is a potential long. A reversal, just reversing the trend from yesterday. So powder blue means it's reversing the trend from yesterday. Well, they both are reversing the trend from yesterday. It's just a matter of, here's the Archon. Yeah, reversing had, it was up here, it closed up here, it was reversing it. Now, does it mean you can play it for a bounce? I mean, it's alerting you to this pattern. You can look at the, yeah, I can share this. Now, yeah, the daily reversals from the close. Yes, okay. Let me just, I don't want to have to keep duplicating it, so all I'll do is this, go from the cloud. I do not have it up and running right now, but you can have it. Okay. And anybody in YouTube that wants, if they're watching what I was doing, here is the link for it if you want that. These are just daily reversals. Stock that was maybe up, and it has to be up a certain percentage the day before, and then it has to be the first time I did this, it had to take out the low of the day, but that you might have to wait a long time. So now it just has to be below the close or take out the close the day before. All right, so the market is putting in a bit of more of a recovery here, guys. There's the VWAP for the market. Okay, there's the VWAP, approximately 622. So it's a little bit above the VWAP, and it's above that the 34 EMA. So the market is trying now to put in a bigger bounce. Let's see if it takes out that high, which was 624, approximately 624. If it takes out that high, it may have another big bounce. So right now you cannot get this is a development build that I'm on to develop. I'm on a developer's build, so they're not available yet. You can ask Steve. I think he said they might be available next week. Okay, in the latest beta. So the latest beta will be released maybe next week, and so that you'll be able to have these. But you can probably you can ask Steve. Steve will be in our YouTube room in about 15 minutes. 'Cause I think that's what he said yesterday. So I'm on a development bill. That's why I have these. And so far, my computer has not been slowed down too much. At the beginning of the day, it seemed to be, but so I'm always asked, to use the development build. I'm sort of a bit of the guinea pig because obviously I use the program more than anybody. I trade ideas because I'm clicking on so many alerts all day long. And here's definitely a bug here because I mean the spy is not moving, but that's got nothing to do with this stuff. But the spy is not moving. Okay, guys, let's see. I'm really interested in this one. What's going on? And I'm talking about the MGNI. This one from yesterday, guys. So this is a gap down and reverse. This was an AI alert from yesterday. This is now a gap down and reverse. Had a big day yesterday. Okay, and now it's trying to recover. Had a big day yesterday. I guess it just started down because the market was down. But look, it's probably following the market to a certain extent. This was an AI. Sorry, this was an AI alert yesterday, I believe. Yeah, right there. You can see the buy right there. Close near the high. See, now we're starting to get a lot. Remember at the beginning of the day, we had nothing powder blue. Remember, powder blue means either a gap down. Well, powder blue means a gap down and reverse, and that's what basically what the market is doing, trying to reverse a bit. And if we're in green, I mean, any green, yeah, in green, yeah, that's a crazy one, of course. That was a gap up and go. But at the beginning of the day, it was pretty bleak, nothing. Okay, guys, I did take myself out of the S bet. It was getting so close to 17, down to about 17, 10. So I'm out of the S bet. I'll be on a break soon too. So I didn't want to. It is definitely one I cannot hold for my break, even though I'm really not moving away from my computer too much. But it's not that S bet I do not want to hold. So I did okay on it. But there are a lot of reversals happening now. Based on what the market is doing. NBIS, another one. maybe keep an eye on Para. The only reason I know this one, I know it's an earnings play today, PARA. I have a thumbnail. This is from yesterday because I was involved in that one yesterday. It's just over the whole number. Okay. It is recovered. Yeah, it looks like, yes, it was an earnings play after hours yesterday. So it has had a nice recovery over the whole number. Okay. And the next high looking left, 1353. So there is some room for it to move. It's holding nicely over 13. So another new high for COCP, guys. But look what it's coming into. That's the high of a couple weeks ago, 195. A lot of charts look like this today, guys. Big drop, big drop at the bottom here, but recovering as the market is sort of recovering. This is not an earnings play, so it's got nothing to do with earnings or I don't even see any news. I think it's just sort of a bit of a market bounce. So this is what I'm going to ask Steve about. I just noticed there's a little check mark up here called Display Money Machine Confirmation. So I'm actually going to have a chat with Steve. He's going to get into our YouTube room at about noon. I'm going to actually have a chat with him about these, all these. I didn't even see this. I don't know what that means exactly, what happened. You get something on the chart that's going to tell you, but I'll ask him. He's because he's way more involved in all this stuff than I'm not a developer. He's not a developer, but he's in the development meeting, which I'm not. Look at all the room this has got. MTSR, another. What's the spread like? I mean, it's not great, but it's not terrible. I mean, it's not great. 93.08. When I say not terrible, I mean for a stock that has the potential to move a bit. $36 is the next high looking left. And these are all late. I mean, these are all showing up fairly late. 11:52. These are all. This is the don't repeat version. So this is the first time for these alerts. Normally, you see the reversals a lot earlier in the day. Oh, look at the room. It's amazing. Huge gap downs. They're not trying to recover. I mean, the stock is still down for the day in a big way, but trying to recover. So while I'm talking to Steve, okay, I will not mute myself in the main room. He'll be in our YouTube room because I want to discuss with him, especially display the money machine confirmation. I'm interested what that means. That's sort of coming, or I don't know what that means yet. I don't know if something pops on the chart says, yes, this is a money machiner, or I don't know. He probably knows already. Or is that what you were talking about, creating the strategy, using the chart? Anyway, let's gap down and reverse for time, TME. Boy, so many patterns like this today. Big gap downs on daily charts and then starting to recover. And there's your Lobo. Good for you guys on the Lobo. Not in it, but Lobo. I just got halted on the way up. Let's see where it could open. So this is the first time I think I've displayed this screen today. So this is nothing to do with trade ideas. Okay, this is time and sales from Interactive Brokers. This blue screen I'm showing you. Nothing to do with trade ideas. There's a symbol. Sometimes you don't see the symbol. In this case, you do. There's the alt price at 115. This column is trying to show you where it could open. No big clue yet. You know, it says 115. So if you're in this one, what you do want to see is a number above 115. That's what you do want to see, especially now because it's stuck. Well, it seems to be stuck right there. Doesn't mean it's not going to open above, but we'd love to see like 125 or 130. And typically they are 5-minute halts. So if so, that'll open at noon plus 10 seconds. Okay, yeah, I'll. Thanks for reminding me. Actually, so before, so when I leave in this room, I'll keep my mic open in the room. Okay, in the main room while I'm talking with Steve. And then once I'm done, I'll of course mute myself. But here's how to get over to YouTube. Okay. And Steve will usually runs from about 12 to 1. I'm just waiting for him to show up. I promise he'll be in that room today. He won't start a new stream. So the reversal guys, a gap down and reverse, you know, again, many stocks look exactly like this on the daily, reversing. I hear a little pop. Just give me a moment, Steve. Shut down my music. Okay, guys. So Steve is in the YouTube room right now. I'm assuming you are.
Hello, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Yes. Can you
I
hear
am.
me?
I am here. Yes.
Okay. Okay. So I said that I'm going to keep the other room open as we talk because I'm really interested in some of the. So you can see my screen, right? Well, that actually doesn't really matter as long as I'm just clicking on the dots that you talked about.
Yeah.
And just a couple of what does display money machine confirmation mean?
All right. I switched to my screen, by the way. So
Okay.
let me.
That's
I'll
okay.
click my three dots. Display money machine confirmation. So I'm going to guess this is just a placeholder for the next version that's coming out that will kind of connect the SIM module and the new charts and everything else. So there's nothing really to do with money machine activation yet. So I'm going to call that a placeholder.
A placeholder. So,
yeah.
But would it be possible then that if you click on, I guess what I was thinking, if you click on an alert and maybe something would appear on your screen that says, "Hey, this would be good for the money machine."
That's the direction I think it's heading. Yes.
Okay.
Like, so you're just going to tie, like for instance, when they turn us loose, it has to be a top list. And so a tree map, my favorite tree map is, when the market is doing well and we've got some short squeezes, I'm going to want to be in the top 3, maybe short squeezes. So I'm going to take kind of my squeeze me and maybe try and money machine work those and see how those work out. That's my thought.
I'm wondering though, why wouldn't it show up even in an alert window? If it's just trying to show a money machine confirmation, it shouldn't matter because this could be your own personal, why would it have to be from a top list necessarily?
Well, I'm speaking only because the money machine works off of a top list format because
Yes.
you're always like in the top 3 or 4. So an alert window doesn't really translate into the money machine concept.
No, I get that, but I was thinking, I understand how the money machine will work in terms of the auto, but I was thinking that this would be a way from if you click on an alert that it might display, this would be a good candidate for the money machine.
Okay,
You know what
I
I mean?
understand what you're saying.
It shouldn't matter, I think, if it's a top
No.
list or.
Yeah. And while we're talking about it, this new feature here obviously is brand new internally. I was mentioning I like this because somebody who's just brand new to trade ideas, they pull up their favorite chart. Let's say they're really, really like me, for instance. I watched Newmont and Gold Miner gap up and close all the way down here, and I couldn't resist a buy right here. So here's my contrarian buy. So if I just sit and keep this chart on, it's trade ideas is going to kind of reverse engineer. It's kind of like a real-time stocks like this. It's showing you, oh, that's interesting. That's what trade ideas calls a new 15-minute high. That's what trade ideas shows a 10 and a 20 SMA bull. Okay, so I feel better about this trade. Both of these are moving up. So it's kind of like almost a babysitting hand holding. Now, if it turns around and a new 15-minute low and you start to get some red, it might help the newer trader maybe understand that something has changed in the chart. I think it could be a good, visual learning tool for newer people is what I'm saying.
Sure. The other thing, and I know I put the comments in our Slack, but to be able to pick and choose what you want, because I think that, from the whole list of alerts that we've got, maybe pick and choose the ones that you want as opposed to seeing stuff that, you may not care about,
I think that could be done. In a process where like the default is now, but if you want to switch to my symbol, my alert event list only show me these 12 events. Yeah, I think that can easily be done.
The other thing, Steve, is can you bring up a SPY chart?
Yep.
I'm watching.
Oops, let me turn my pen off. Okay.
Yeah, so right now it's saying 0. You see, you've got like it has a mode.
Yeah.
And now mine is stuck at $5.97 down, and the SPY is actually right now it's down. Well, at one point it was down 10, but there's something wrong, and I indicated that. I put that in that Slack.
You did, didn't you? Okay, so I don't need to share that screenshot.
No, so there's something definitely wrong with the SPY.
Yeah, and also what I noticed was the total volume here and relative volume is empty. So this is why we have internal development builds before they get released.
And the other question I have, we replaced the NAS with the Qs. Any particular reason in the ticker?
I think it had to do with Brad's back-end data provider consolidated type of data packages. You'd have to ask him specifically.
Oh, okay.
He explained it, but I didn't really understand it. Chris McKay might know as well.
Yeah, I think the NAS, I personally think NAS is what more people would want to see rather than the Qs, or even both. I don't know, Okay, I'll let you go.
As we know, there's just, no matter what we do, some people are going to be mad and some people aren't. So
I'm
it's
mad.
a
I want
tough
to see the
one.
NAS.
I know. I know.
Okay, I'll let you go, Steve. Thanks. I'll
All
mute
right.
myself now, and I'll try to show up about 5 too. Do you have
Okay.
something to do
Sure.
at 1 or?
No, it's just me in support today, so everybody left me.
Okay,
But
I'm
the
here.
good news
Okay.
is Andy's in town, and we're going to play golf at La Costa at 3:00.
Oh, nice,
Highlight. Yeah, the new
nice.
course. Really hard
Oh,
course too.
cool.
Yeah.
Jealous. Okay,
Okay.
I'll mute
Bye.
myself now.
Hello, everybody. As promised, I'm here on Friday. Any information on how to set Holly to do automated trade? It's not available yet. There will be a new connection when the money machine comes out to automate Holly as well as other windows. But for now, the Holly AI is simply, boy, yesterday was doing well too. When we looked at it yesterday live, I don't know how it's looking today. Let's turn off any profitable. Let's look at all the trades. Okay, so there's a few good ones, a few bad ones. But traders are using this as a manual trade idea watch list. Here's the blue line of Oikyo, gapped up, came down. Holly said this is a great gap fill buy right there. And traders that are monitoring the AI are doing this manually in their own account. It's not able to be automated. There is no strategy that's able to be turned on yet in Brokerage Plus. However, it's coming. Right now, I'm testing this money machine right here on our old simulator. So the answer is it's coming. I know you're tired of that answer, but the strategies list does not include an ability. It would be right here, new. It would be a new Holly AI tab, and it's just not there. But it will come back when the money machine is built out. It's a much better version. Dan's calling it, Holly 2.0. So until then, not much to do, or not many options available to you for auto trading. The only auto trading people can do right now are their own scans. So like if I wanted to trade, an alert window that I like, I can automate that. I think I've actually got, see if we go to strategies. Oh, I didn't save it. So I could take like, let's see, load from cloud, call it pullback. I think that was that 130 we talked about. Pull back to the 130 SMA. So I can load this as an alert. And this is an alert window, and these are the ones you can automate. So these are looking for stocks. Beauty that pulled back. Look at that perfect bounce right at that blue line. That's exactly what this scan is looking for. All right, if anybody wants this, you need to add 130 SMA to your 15-minute chart. But that's a scan that's interesting. So you can take this scan and say, hey, I want to automate this scan. So we're going to already have it, but I'll do it again. I'm going to take it and copy the cloud. And I'm going to say, all right, Brokerage Plus, I want to add a strategy. We're going to load from cloud, load. Existing. Okay, so now I've got this pullback to the 130 is now loaded to my strategies tab. And then of course what we do is we edit the parameters of how we would like to auto trade this or simulate trade it. And in this particular case, first thing we have to do is accounts. We're going to call this the money machine account. We're going to simulate the money machine account. Here's all the settings. Entry time, no big deal. Order details. We're going to do market orders. Make sure we get in. $10,000 allocations. And we can do a trailing stop of, we'll just call it 1.5%. We're going to hold time 60 minutes after entry, fine. Okay, that's the strategy. So now we can right click and, highlight, left click and enable. The strategy should be on. Let me just make sure strategy status. I'm going to add that column so I can see it. Strategy status on. Okay, here's a big important one now. I just made some changes to my Brokerage Plus, everybody. It's kind of intuitive to say, oh, let me just say Save, and it's not going to save what you want it to save. Anything that was done here and my strategies and all that, I've got to go and save it through the main account. File, save layout. Let me minimize that. Save layout. Default layout, overwrite, okay. Now any brokerage plus changes are sticking because I made a couple changes yesterday and I forgot to do that. And a lot of people think that it can be done here, but that's not the right spot. So now we've turned that on. Let's turn on the money machine. It's active. So hypothetically, not realistically, we are in sim mode here and we have activated this strategy turned on, which is a pullback to the 130 SMA, which is a 5-day moving average. And if this had been turned on as such, this trade would have gone market order active. But now we can just sit and kind of wait. Just kind of pull these down. And if a new symbol pops up here, we should be seeing a trade automatically develop. And that's the current status, Shay, of our auto trading capabilities. Hang on one second. Let me get something to drink. What's up, Patrick? Okay, Patrick. Remember I was talking about how that silver was looking good yesterday? Well, I'm trying a little PSLV, but I have a very tight stop. Just sitting there at 48. Not interested if I can't build on that. Just seemed like I'm long. I'm in the money in H1MC. Andy got me into Newmont, as I mentioned earlier. I waited for this gap to fill. Talked about this yesterday. Chasing gaps is not ideal, but waiting for them to fill certainly helps. And just gold and silver seemed to get off to a pretty good start today. So I got a little bit of that. I came in with no positions. And I think if you were here yesterday, you heard me talk about how I was just kind of itching for a nice pullback. And I like to trade the small caps. Well, look at this IWM pullback. A lot happened since we spoke yesterday. A giant reversal, a big bottoming wick. So I'm taking my chances on a few things today. A few gold-related stocks, as I mentioned. I did buy some Tesla. I like the way that was looking. I can't click that. Bounced off 300 and held, so I bought a very small position of Tesla. Some of my old favorites, I took advantage of these deep pullbacks this morning in these small caps. UAVS, another one of my favorites. Look at that bouncing off that 20. Much better than chasing it at 350. Wait, and maybe take a chance down here at. So got a few things working, nothing special. The DJT did exactly what I thought it would do. It tried to trip out and run the stops below this prior low. Quick reversal. Here's the algorithms shaping, algorithms trying to knock out liquidity. It's called a liquidity hunt. I said, I'll take some of that, take that very much. So I'm just been kind of looking for some of my favorite names with some really oversold conditions. And XRPI. I've been playing this lately. It's been hammering me, but I'm kind of back to even in it, which begs the question. Let's bring up the XRPI chart. I'm sorry, XRP chart. So here's a 15-minute chart of XRP. That's looking pretty happy. It's been under pressure for the last few days, and I've been making some plays and getting out for small losses. But overnight, they tried again to spam test that $3 level. Another liquidity hunt below 3, a third liquidity hunt below 3. And then on this reversal, right around 298, I started to buy XRPI. And I'm just going to see how it holds out for the day. It's a big risk to take in over the weekend because I can't access it over the weekend. So I still got my brokerage plus open here with my strategy trade and no positions. I expect to see a position pop in the window if a new strategy comes in, because if you just joined us, I have enabled auto trading on one of my own custom strategies. Has to be an alert window, and we're waiting for the next new live symbol to come in, and it should auto populate and buy me $10,000 worth simulated at the market. Oh yeah, Tampa. There are going to be a lot of videos to outline the. I assume you're talking about auto trading. What's coming is a whole new interface. This is old legacy, and I'm testing it with all of these clunky drop down menus and all this stuff that you're not going to be really using in the future, but we're using right now internally to test. You're going to have more of this type of interface right here, and these type of trade tickets you can turn on and off. You can trade directly from the chart, etc. So you're seeing kind of a hybrid, but don't worry, there will be plenty of instruction, especially daily on these live sessions like we're doing right now. All right, so I'm on my own today, really. There's a lot of people on vacation at Trade Ideas, and so if anybody was sent here by support for some help for product support, that's primarily what we do. Otherwise, I'll just start rambling. I kind of went through my current position. Remember, I came in 100% cash this morning, and when I woke up and I saw these gap downs just bleeding to lows, I just sipped my coffee and said, I have nothing to manage. This is really nice. And then when I realized how much the IWM really did come off and how much I like small caps, I thought I might want to go shopping a little bit here. And by the end of the day, some of the stuff might not be working, and I'll cut those so I don't take that risk into the weekend. If you're just showing up, we've got a new beta release will be coming out to you guys very soon. And one of the new things, aside from the Money Machine simulated testing, is going to be a cool feature on the charts here that just introduces you to what type of new event is happening in real time running across this ticker, as long as you have a chart sitting there. And if something else happens here in XRP, the system will say, hey, we are identifying this as a running up or a crossed above resistance, etc. So new users can start to see. I did share that strategy, Arthur. So if you click that link that's 2 clicks above, hopefully you see it. Drop it again. And then we'll take a look at it so you understand what you're seeing. So here's how I backed into this. Now I love this 5-day moving average. I don't use it on my daily chart. It'll clutter it. So you translate it by using 130 period SMAs on a 15-minute chart, and it translates to a perfect 5-day moving average. And you can see how relevant, how many correlations you'll start to get. So I'm saying, look, I want strong stocks that have been running up, but in the interim are running down, but only show me at that level. All right, so here's how we do that. We configure and we say the event is a new low, obviously, because we're coming down into it. But the filters specify that it has to be up in the last 5 days, at least 3%. It's got to be $20 to $500 stock. Average daily volume is going to keep the junk stocks out. So it does 500,000 shares average a day. So it keeps me in some familiar names. And here's the special secret sauce. The new low will only trigger at this envelope. So we're straddling my 130, which is a filter that we use. I got them to build this because I said it's so valuable. And we've got one leg on the 1/10 of a percent below that line and one leg 1/10 of a percent above that line. So we're going to see new lows that are pulling back on the day with good volume, but have been up at least 3% the last 5 days. And it gives us a contrarian, pullback, buy the pullback type of scenario. Now, ironically enough, we're still waiting for we're going to keep this open and working so people can see, but we're still waiting for a legitimate strategy to populate. My strategy is turned on, pull back to the 130, which I've loaded from this scan, back to the positions tab, and we're just going to wait and see if a new trigger can come out while we're together here. This one came out 20 minutes before I went live, so it's a little slow today, likely because of the way the market is. Big gap down in the market. There's probably not a lot of stocks that are up and then still above their 5-day moving average. Okay, hey, what's up? Pretty sharp. You listened last night to the YouTube interview. I did a few with Michael, for sure. We did a few podcasts together. So far, my gold mining stocks are doing okay. I'm trying to bid for more HYMC. See that daily chart? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 red days in a row. Now we've got a strong gold miners day. I bought some right about here. And I'm waiting for a little pullback, just sitting on the bid at 47 if I can get some. Newmont, big mining company. Andy showed me this one. Again, yesterday I spoke about the perils of chasing an opening gap. Just sit back and wait. Especially this market lately has been doing this almost every day. And then just this is where I took my position in a gold miner, which I felt is going to be strong today. So those are my two best trades. UAVS is starting to turn green for me a little bit better. I think I'm going to add this one. Yeah, I'm going to add to this one. Just bought a little bit more because I like the way it's just been under pressure so bad last 3 days, and now it's finally reclaimed its 10 SMA. Last 2 days, it just got hammered by its 10 SMA, and now it's giving me a cue that it might be trying to reverse here. And you look at this daily, it's resting nicely on the 20 SMA with a nice wick. And, these are the kind of plays I like, but it's hard to get, something that did this once. It's hard to kickstart it again. It's not to say it can't happen, but I've got to pick and choose my entries on these types of volatile small caps. So far, it's okay. It's working. It's green. The only thing red for me is PSLV, and I won't be ashamed to cut that quickly. Matter of fact, I'm close to being stopped out of that. I'm 2 cents away from stopping out, and I don't mind that. It's just too hard to trade this commodity, GLD and PSLV. They just have a mind of their own. So I'm just going to let that stop out if it happens. Paper cut. I'm doing good in the other positions. Best position so far is the ETF of XRP. As I look at the price action here, what I see is a really nice flag consolidation above the 10 SMA. I'm using a 10 SMA on a 15-minute chart. Same thing. And ideally, I want to see a big push above 305. And that'll make me feel comfortable about maybe taking this home for the weekend, but got to do a lot of different things first. All right. Oh, the one with the bass guitar on the wall in the background. Yeah, that's pretty much all my videos. What was the topic we were talking about? I'll probably remember what that one was. Hey, Jim, I've not tested it yet. We're one step closer. We've got here a money machine that's routed through our new architecture, which has taken a couple of months to build, which is worth the wait. It'll give everybody a much better experience, but I'm using the front end of the Brokerage Plus. So I'm sending orders through their manual orders or their strategy orders. So it's just kind of the very first load test of our servers. The actual interface for clicking and saying, turn on the money machine and give me my risk parameters, still a few days away from that, probably next week here internally. But I can say from what I've seen, it's been worth the wait when Dan decided that we have to not build on top of this old legacy architecture for sim trading, live trading. One of our internal guys has built out something that is so much more scalable, which of course is needed to scale this new product. We've got the proof of concept. We've got it's working internally. We're still working out bugs. And then the more of us that start trading this thing in the simulator mode, we'll quickly get it ready for public consumption. And again, when it goes to public consumption, people have to be ready and understand that it is a beta and there will be bugs, and we expect people to report those bugs so we can help fix them. Yes, let me show you something, Jim. Great question. He says, I still find brokerage plus slow. Will that change for us? Yes, it will. So now I'm on this money machine. I'm not on the TI paper trading. If I turn that off and go here, I've just done a monumental switch behind the scenes that you can't see to the old legacy system. And as you're referring to down here, when you press a button, it's like, why is this taking so long? Why is that order sitting? Right? I think that's what you're alluding to. So let's go back to the new. Okay. So behind the scenes, I just switched gears, switched railroad tracks. I'm on the new, faster expressway that has been built out. This is why I say it's worth the wait. I'm going to get stopped out of this PSLV, and that's just fine. Let's put that up there. Let's buy a couple things real quick. Oh, I bought some HYMC on the bid. That's good. Here we go. I got hit. All right, so I'm going to pull up a few things and watch how quickly these populate. I'm just going to pull up stuff that's coming through Para. I'll use the cursor by, click, market, submit. Submit. Buy. Wait a minute. Not set alert. All right, let's do it this way. Trade ticket. Okay. Boom, it popped in there pretty quickly. Qualcomm. Buy, market, submit. Boom, it popped in there pretty quick. As you can see, I can turn that other widget off. We can buy here. Don't show me this again. Turn that off. Okay, popped in there pretty quick. I'm going to grab DGX and cut half of that. Boom, that's gone. So, you see what I'm talking about, Jim? It's worth the wait. It had to be done. It had to be done. So I want to highlight all these and flatten. Goodbye. And what we'll do is we'll just go back to our strategies, which is still turned on. And again, we were kind of waiting to see if we could get an auto trade to populate here. Maybe we should do the opposite. Let's do the opposite. I'm not going to do the opposite. I'll be too busy. But I'm glad you asked that question. There's only a couple of brokerage accounts you can add, especially for live trading, that include Alpaca, which is very uncommon, E-Trade, a bit more common, and then Interactive Brokers is the most common. If you email us, take my money. I see the meme right now from that cartoon. Actually, I can pull up a video here that Chris has done. Connection. Okay, so here's how you would connect to Brokerage Plus to Interactive Brokers. But this is going to be kind of the same in the current version as the way it is. It's going to be kind of the same process all around. E-Trade is a little different. E-Trade, you have to do kind of an authentication token, and then you authenticate, and then that token is good for 3 months. But for the most part, the connection is done here once you've done all the behind the scenes stuff. And it's a lot of levers and stuff of waiting. My wife thinks I'm back in the sauce. That's funny, Jim. Yeah. Honestly, I wish Dan had kept it under his hat a little longer, but he didn't. So here we are. Do I think the money market will really run more than one account? I think it can. That's why up here we have more. Like if I was to open up another TI paper trading account and trade there, that would show up here. A little second tab would show up there. And if I did a third account, which I don't recommend, but yeah, it's being built out to where you can trade more than one account. Just E-Trade and IBKR. Alpaca is another lesser known one. We are working with TradeStation. So anybody who's familiar with TradeStation, in a few months, we may have an API connection to TradeStation. Yeah, the back end is where it's all been because you have to do this right. The last thing you want to do is, build a big house on a faulty foundation. So it just took a lot longer. But in the process, Dan has discovered some even better ideas to add to it along the way. So the proof of concept seems like it was almost a year ago, but we've come a long way, both in features added to it and the back end plumbing being created. Centerpoint, we are partners with Centerpoint. And I think they run DOS or other platforms. We don't have any auto connection with them yet, but that's not to say it can't be built out at some point in the future. Andy's got a good relationship with Centerpoint, but it's limited for now. Alpaca, honestly, is going to be the best bet because their strength is no API fees. I'm trading commission free on my Thinkorswim like most people are. But when you start adding APIs with interactive brokers, there's a little extra tier of service they charge for. Alpaca won't do that. Alpaca will let you use API and auto trade with no added tax or fees on that API connection. So it could be worth looking into. Boy, I'm surprised. I cannot get pullback alert. I'm going to keep this up. I want to check on my XRP. So I need this XRP to hold up here. This yellow line, I need it to stay above that yellow line and keep moving. Otherwise, it's just going to start to drift back down. Yeah, IBKR is the tried and true relationship that we have. Most of the people are using that, and we have the most support documents and video on that. You say bugs being worked out when a premium consent. Yes, correct. So when it's released to the premium users for simulation training, it's going to be like a mass beta test. And of course, there's no live trading, so nobody's going to get hurt, but everybody's going to start to get a feel for how it works. And some people might notice, hey, I don't like this, or this isn't working. And you guys just report to us, and then we fix that for when the production version comes out. So I know it's been a while, but it's just we're real close to the public having their hands on it. We're going to need our hands on it internally for a few days or a week first, and then we'll be right there. All right. Slam into the 130 is the opposite. That means these are stocks that are running up and hitting their 130. So let's do this. Perfect. You can see that. This is where we're going to start to get some auto trades probably. Real quick, I'm just going to copy, and then we're going to add a new strategy, load it from the cloud. Okay, add to existing, edit, account's going to go to money machine. This is a short that's already set. Entry time. Oh, I don't like that entry time. We got to open that up. So $10,000 is fine. Risk management. We'll go ahead and do a 1.5% stop. Hold time at the market to market close. Okay. All right, let's turn this on. We need to turn this on now. Let's see if we start to get some trades. So either one of these two windows could give us a long or a short, but both are based on stocks coming up and into the 5-day moving average. Dark setting, well, let me turn this off, trade ticket off. If you're using the Windows download version, you can go to right click and select chart style. And you can do colors there, chart style, background, and all that. That should help you out. How do I connect to multiple windows? Okay, so what we've got, let me show you something. If I pull up a new docked window here, new docked channel bar, and I want to just look at, the AI channel. These charts within this channel are properties, symbol linking, okay? Link to all. So even though I pulled up a new docked window, if I start manipulating charts within this window, all the stuff behind is going to change as well, because you go to the chart in properties, the symbol linking, you're going to have to use the color code. So link to all is the default. That's what you're experiencing now. What you want to do is say, hey, you know what? I really want everything only in this window to be linked to the green stuff. And so you can start to use the color code to designate chart link. And I think I can find find a link for you here. And I'm going to drop this. This is the documentation panel. That'll explain it much more clearly than I just did. Okay. Thanks, Mike. Happy Friday. Lord knows I need it. It's been a long week. If I missed any questions here. Okay. Hopefully that helps your linking to multiple windows using that link. That's for you. RT10. You meant loading a stock into TradingView or Thinkorswim. Oh, at the same time, that's a tough one. That's a tough ask to externally link to 3 different platforms. You're just going to have to do one at a time, but that's a tough one. Yeah, you're really better off choosing your favorite one if you have to link externally. I don't link externally to anything, but that doesn't mean other people don't like to do that. Sometimes you can get away with 2, but the more you add, the more things can break. That's been my experience. Trade view chart. Trade view at the bottom. I'm confused on what trade view is. I guess you lost me. If you can send an image in, maybe to our email. Oh, trading view chart. Oh, okay. No. Yeah, I understand what you're saying now. So I was switching back and forth, just taking a creeper look here at some crypto using trading view. That has nothing to do with trade ideas. We don't link to that. But you can see as I've been staring at this one here, perfectly hits that 5-period moving average, which was the last slam into that we're automating here. We're trying to automate these and get these to populate live. Neither one of them is cooperating. But as I sit here and wait, it's showing me that's 2 in a row red downticks for this particular stock. So if I was positioned and was short in this, I'd be feeling comfortable. Send a symbol. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. You can right click and send symbol to a web. You can experiment with this. I know some people have experimented with the web link, send symbol to. I can send you a documentation from that as well that we have. Yeah. Okay, here's the documentation on that feature. Yep. Yeah, play around with that and see if that works. But I have no reason to link outside the trading view. I was just taking a look at my XRP token. Oops. And the ETF starting to get a little drippy. So, and then the stock chart tells me immediately, first thing was, or the last known event in this particular case was the 8 and 20 SMAs curling down. So again, this is a great new way for new users to see how the events that Trade Ideas has kind of correlates visually to what you're seeing. But you have to keep that chart up to get the next one to come through. So generally speaking, the market's off its lows, but just trying to hang in there. IWM again is my favorite one because some small caps, and I saw this morning and went shopping for a few things. I was just telling you guys yesterday, this market needs a decent pullback, maybe to the 50 SMA, and we got it. It's not that you're going to be getting more alerts, Jim. It's just a different way of looking at the data. So if you're sitting in a stock and you're wondering what to do with it, oh gosh, it just made a 15-minute low. Okay, so that's more information for you. So it's what Trade Ideas does. It's just giving you more real-time information to help you make better decisions. Trading is just a charting platform. They're in no way a competitor of ours for scanning. Nobody does what we do for scanning simply because of what I'm showing you right here. I don't have to hit submit. I don't have to sit on trading view and click, 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 submit, submit, and keep waiting for stuff to come back to me. We're scanning the market like a police scanner. Yeah, so you can either send trades via Brokerage Plus manually, or they. Oh, look. Okay, now why did I not get an order here? Uh-oh, I see why. Okay, I see why. Look what I did. Bad. That should be in money machine mode right there. And so what happened was my trading instructions, and this is this kind of stuff we're getting rid of, you guys, so it doesn't happen in the future. My trading instructions were on, and within those trading instructions, it's saying send this trade to the money machine account. But the way it is currently in our old legacy version, this window also has to match up, and I didn't have it matching up. So let's try this again. I'm waiting for Brokerage Plus to point to the money machine, and I can monitor only money machine trades. But we did have a trade come in. HCC bounced up and into, there it is, look at that. Oh, look at that, it is. Okay, so my bad. It's trying to open a sell order, but when I did that, I made it a limit, not a market order. So I still may get filled on that, but what I meant to do was a market order. So let's do this. We'll just say HCC, let's just cancel that order. And let's just go short. Let's just go short. Market. Now I'll show you where I messed up. So in my strategies, on the one that I added, we can go back and audit this. I got the money machine in there. I've got the short direction set. But in my order details, I forgot to change this to market. That's why I didn't get a fill. Now, all these little levers I'm pushing again, you guys, are going to be gone. This is not the workflow that you're going to see when the new version comes out. Just so you know. It's just us kind of driving it, putting it through the gears and the clutch and all that on the old version. We have no EMA as an example yet. The TradeWave uses it. Dan mentioned. I'm not a TradeWave. Correct, because I'll tell you why. Those are two different, really two different databases. The stuff that you guys see and configure, right? When you come here, and everything that's available to you off the shelf, there's no EMAs. However, we do have advanced mathematicians, like when we had the Market Explorer being built out. There are ways in which strategies can be done with EMAs, but they're not configurable to the public. So they're going to be built into pre-configured ideas. And TradeWave, essentially, the math behind that is using calculations of an EMA. What it takes to turn around and create an EMA as a filter, you wouldn't believe how many nodes and how many lines of code have to be added to make sure everything's talking to everything, to allow the public to use that as a configurable filter. It's a big difference between configuring a filter on the user client side and something that was pre-built, such as the Market Explorer or TradeWave. So that's the answer to that. It's the coding, exactly. If it was easy for us to turn on the ability for us to make filters all day long when somebody says, hey, can you make that filter? And it normally took us a half an hour, we'd do it. But it takes so many man hours and so many lines of code to make sure it's integrated properly. Whereas these pre-built things and these other things we're doing behind the scene, it's just math that's already there. So still trying to see if I can get HCC I took manually. And what's nice to see is it's pulling back a little bit. How do I remove the date from the time column in the alert window? Perfect question. So any configuration, go to columns. And then you can remove time and date. Just highlight the left side and throw it to the right. You'd use that arrow right there. And then once you've made any changes, save layout, default layout, so the changes stick. All right, what's this market doing? Again, I came in completely in cash, just trying to see if I can make anything happen in the small cap stuff. And IWM is not really threatening.
Steve.
Yay, Barry, what's up?
I think Retitan, I think he just wants to remove the date from the time column. I think it's a matter of shrinking the column. Okay. He wants the
Okay,
time
gotcha.
still, I
Okay, so
believe.
let's look. Let's look.
He just wants to, so just shrink the column.
All right, let me see if I can find one with a time.
If you, yeah, I mean,
Okay, I
like
gotta
an
add it.
alert window or multi-strategy window.
So I'll add time.
It's just a
And
matter of
then,
shrinking the column.
yeah. So he's talking that. Does that help? Hopefully. It's just like Barry says, it's just a matter of shrinking the column. If you open the column, you get the date.
Okay, I'm pretty sure that's it. I'll mute
Yeah.
myself again.
Either one of those are probably going to kind of solve the problem for him. All right, let's turn that off. Time out of mind. Okay, and this is just my S&P 500 ticker. Just kind of gives me a flavor of what's happening. All right, I'm really hoping we get another auto trade that works. I got the positions window up and ready. That was easy, yes. Yes, it was easy. Sometimes Barry knows exactly what you're looking for. Will the Pro Trade Idea subscribers benefit from up-and-coming money machine product? Just a few features. The Pro subscription people are going to be the only people that have access to the first stage, which will be simulating, which ideally everybody should be using as a staging. Figure out what you want to try to deploy and how you want to try and use it. And like we say all the time, you're on the driving range as a golfer, practicing a few different shots, seeing what works, what doesn't work. And that'll keep everybody busy for a while, I think, getting everybody kind of fine-tuning their own methods and their own styles, mirroring their own scans that they want to build. Or, as I understand it, the AI will be turned back on to where the money machine can trade the AI signals, but using the 2.0 version. That's why Dan refers to it as Holly 2.0. Again, I went shopping on a few things here this morning. Doesn't mean I'm going to take them home. By the end of the day, I'll see how they close. Like if this UAVS closes on highs, I'll take that home. I think PSLV probably got me, didn't it? Did it get me? Yeah, I don't see it. Yep, got me to the penny. That's okay. Join, can you please reiterate what I missed? Well, what we've been doing is we've been kind of talking about automation and how you can automate your own strategies. I've got 2 active strategies here, and I'm using the old legacy system. A new version is coming out for new users. It's not going to look anything like this. It's going to be more all done from the chart and menus from the chart and things like that. So I'm kind of straddling and testing both systems here. Got 2 strategies running here just to see if we can automate them. Is there some recommendation on how to use the AI long? Swing AI long. So what you can do is, and again, just so you know, the swing AI longs are nothing more than stocks that came up like a stock like today, like these are today's trades, big volume burst, something's happening. So it's the beginning of something. Well, if we turn on the AI long-term strategy, show long-term trades, all these are stocks that are continuing in the same original direction. So here was a buy back here in this AGH. Right there, there's that blue line. So what it's saying is you probably don't want to lose track of this. This was a stock that exploded on the scene, came on the radar, and here we are 6 days later, and it's still moving higher. What you're not going to get is you're not going to get a nudge that says buy or sell in this moment in time. It's just giving you a list of ideas to keep on your radar to help you narrow down trading ideas. And they all initially came from being a day trade. But the idea being those day trades were always something that happened, a big explosion of volume with a gap or some sort of news. And so it just helps you keep an eye on those long term. Nothing more, nothing less. But if you're looking for a nudge or an alert or some sort of trigger to tell you to do something on those long term charts, you're not going to get that. If it were me using this one as an example, okay, here's this AGH. I'd pull it up and I'd say, wow, this thing is now a stock in play. It's come to life. Here's the day that it was triggered right there. So you just watch. And then you go, wow, it's kind of consolidating. Remember that stock Holly called a few days ago? It's consolidating. Maybe I'll come in here and I'll set a price alert there at $2.11. And if it breaks that $2.11, I've got an opportunity for a continuation move. So it requires a human element as well on those long-term trades. Still waiting to see if I can get an auto trade. So I'll just take this one and I'm going to say flatten it. And it's gone. Okay. So now we have a clean slate again, and we've only got a couple minutes left. I thought we'd maybe get a live trade, but what are you going to do? So yeah, I'll be here another couple minutes, guys. I know some of you said you just showed up late. If you've got a specific question, I'll do my best to address it. What's Bitcoin doing? Yeah. Gosh, these things just can't get out of their own way. A lot of that lately. Gap up, trade down, and then no bounce. Like that day in the Qs yesterday, gap up, trade down, no bounce. It's really, we're going to lows here. I don't like that. I don't really like that one bit.
All right, Steve, I am now back. If you want to
Hello?
leave, you can. If you want to hang around for a little longer, you can. Up to you.
Yeah. Well, do you like these new charts so far?
Yeah, I mean, I'd like to have, as I said before, a little customized. I've also wanted to. I also has been testing. As you know, my machine does a lot of extra stuff. I wanted to see if that had a major impact. It seemed at the beginning of the day, my malware was going crazy, but actually, I don't know, the last couple of hours, my machine seems to be okay having this because I wasn't sure what sort of stress they would have by adding these, but it looks pretty good. I certainly like the idea. I would really like again, I think the next iteration would be have it customized to what you really want to see. And, for instance, I'm looking at my CPSL. I don't really care that it's a 25% pullback from the lows as an example. Another person might, but, for me, I'd rather, I probably have, and I think they should probably put a limit on it maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe 4 or whatever, because I don't know how that's going to work. But no, I didn't know about it until I turned it on this morning. So I wasn't quite sure what that was all about. I did see that in the notes, it was something about chart reading or alerts on the charts. But no, I really like that.
It kind of reminds me of a real-time stocks like this is what it's doing.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
All right. Thanks, everybody. I better run.
Okay, so you're going to stop your. So I cannot take over until you.
Yep, I will. I will. Let's see. What do I have to do? I have to. I guess I just leave. Is that what I used to do?
Maybe or X out.
No, I'm going to remove. Okay, I'll remove my desktop and I'll remove my audio.
Yeah,
and I'll take off.
I'm good now.
Okay. See you.
Okay, thanks, Steve. See you next week. Okay, guys, I'm back in both rooms now. All right. So the question you have in the do I'm talking to Reddy in our YouTube room. The alert is suppressed for the time period, but can the data be refreshed? Hmm. Don't know what you mean by that exactly, because in the don't repeat, you're obviously not wanting to see the you don't want to see anything in the time period you've picked. I'm trying to. I'm actually trying to. So I don't know what you mean. Can it be refreshed? So for instance, I have a don't repeat on here. Okay, this is my gap continuation or reversal scan. I have a don't repeat, and that's for the whole day. So do you mean can I do a history or something? But that's not okay. But if you okay, as an example, that's I don't want that to happen. I don't want it to update. Okay, the reason, for instance, in this particular scan that I've got, I want to see the very first time of the alert, and then the time. I don't want to see it updating. So that's and that's in theory. That's why you use the don't repeat. Mike C. Now there may be something. Okay, I used to do something like this. But that is the purpose of the don't repeat. So you're not going to be able. It's not ever going to. But I can't remember how I did this. I think I know something I can help you with, Pepe. You probably know. It's all in the view. Just give me a moment, okay? I want to get one alert window. I think I know maybe something that can help you. And so you won't see you will not see the stock over and over again, but you will see it. Yeah, the group and sort. That's what I was just trying to. The group and sort. So let's see if I think that's all it is, isn't it? The group and sort. So what would happen here? I think I haven't used this for so long. I may have to group and sort by. Keep the newest. Yeah, symbol sort direction. It should work. So what would happen is if FGF made another new high, you won't see the symbol again. You'll see it, but you'll only see it like a new time, if that makes sense. It would be current, but you won't see it over and over again. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to get something that is really. I'm going to take most of the filters out. So I think that's that might help you. Okay. I'm just going to get a new high. Okay. I'll keep 500,000 shares. Yeah. Yeah. You see, because I think that we saw COCP just briefly, and now this is time is it right now 102.37. I think this is what you're looking for. So it's not going to repeat, but it will be current. So we're good. Thank you, Pepe. I was pretty sure it was a group and sort, but I haven't used this for a long time. So are we good? Ready? You know how to do that? Just waiting for an answer. Exactly. Exactly. Every time AGG would make a new high, you will see it and you'll see the time. You just won't see it over and over again in a list. like this. Okay, so and you know how to do it. You can take your alert window and go to properties and go to the view mode and group and sort by. More than likely, you want the last one and keep newest, the symbol ascending. I think this is probably the default. There is about an 8 second. There's about and that's YouTube. Okay, that's YouTube. I used to run it something like this a lot. For whatever reason, I decided not to anymore. But yeah, I used to do that in one of my active scans. I really like this one, except I don't like the spread. I mean, the CPS. This is a suggestion to short, but I just don't trust that spread. 27.85, 28.10. I love it because look at all the room underneath. $23, $24. But I just don't trust the spread. Okay, 2002 T double I. I don't see pony at all. Number one, I don't think I saw pony at all. But let's. You say now again. I hope. Yeah, you must be talking Eastern time zone. Okay, so I want to see where if I had pony at all. So 10:17. Okay, hopefully I can go all the way to back down. Ah, okay, let's see if it. This is my don't repeat. So what happened at 10:17? I don't see pony at all. Okay, I don't see it at all. So I'm not sure. Yeah, so I'm looking at 10:17. I don't see an alert for pony anywhere. Now, did you take a look at the filters that are in place? Remember, the stock has to be up at least 40 cents from well, first of all, are you talking about this would have had to have been a gap down and reverse. Okay. So let's take a look. Have you looked at the filters that are in place and the gap down and reverse? So this is what has to happen. So it had to be at least so the open had to be at least 50 cents below the previous close, 4%. Could have happened, I suppose. The alert was 15 minutes after the open. That's not an issue. I really don't know. I don't know. I can't. I don't have an explanation. Ah, 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 ah. You know what? There are times. Okay, there are times we see this as a China stock. Sometimes when we use this is a hack, okay? I'll get to your question in a second, RT in our ready in our YouTube room. This is a hack, the earnings per share to keep ETFs non-stocks out. Unfortunately, sometimes it blocks other stocks like China stocks or sometimes Israeli stocks. Okay. Sometimes that happens. So you might want to take that out and then do a check. I could do it, but you might want to take that. See, this is just a hack. Okay. We'll call it a hack, sort of tricking the system because, ETFs don't have earnings. So you won't see earning. Oh, you did? You did. And it still didn't show up. Oh, because you said it showed up later. All right. Okay. But you said it showed up later, and you thought it should have shown up earlier. Yeah, I don't know. So that wasn't so that didn't matter then, the fact it was in there. So you said it showed up for you. What time was it? Well, 10:17. Okay. That's where it showed up, but you thought it should have showed up earlier. Ah, you got to go to show more. Okay. See, I'm not seeing it at all. Even at 10:17. Oh, there it is. Sorry. There it is right there. There must have been a filter in place. There's got to be something in place, okay, that prevented it until 10:17. I can't spend the time right now on it, but, later maybe I'll take a look, but I don't know. There had to be a filter in place that prevented it from showing, now why would you look at that, by the way? Are you saying, "Oh," when you got the alert, you say, "Well, why didn't it," you actually went back in time and said, "Well, why didn't it show up here?" Okay, so I didn't wanna say that, but okay. Ready, no. There is no, your question is there a somewhere where you can see all the different sort of you're not talking about alerts, you're talking about, scans that might have been created by other people? No, there isn't. I bet you Pepe is madly trying to figure out that. Yeah, the term I like, yeah, there is no, there's no central repository. I mean, we've got well, first of all, one of the other reasons is that, some people just don't want their scans to be shared, en masse. So that's one reason, but the other thing is if we did, the thousands of customers we had, and there'd be thousands upon thousands of scans there. So I don't think it'd be worthwhile at all. I am sharing my scans. I don't know if you know that, but I am sharing my scans. Talking to Reddy in our YouTube room. And in fact, let me go over my homepage one last time for the week. Yeah, it's probably only available in individual alerts. Yeah, view mode is not available in a multi-strategy window. Only in individual alert windows. All right, guys. So if you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. So at the very top, a way in which you can take out a subscription to Trade Ideas right now. You can use my promo code. You'll get 15% off the first month only, or the entire year of a Trade Ideas subscription. And please use whatever code is on my screen, my homepage. It'll change from time to time. We'll have better discounts certain times of the year, holidays, etc. Use my code. It'll help to keep the room free. Company tracks the promo codes. They see enough people using my code. I'll say, okay, we'll keep the room free. Education section is here. First thing to do, very first thing to do, if you do take out a subscription, is getting started with Trade Ideas. This is not an option. It's mandatory you do this. It's a software program, and what we've tried to do here, some very short videos just to get you started. If you do not have Trade Ideas, I would start looking at the second video onwards. This might give you an idea as to whether or not Trade Ideas is a good fit for you. Okay, it may not be, but after seeing the videos, you might think, you know what, this could be a really good program for me. Back to basics. If you are new to trading, free series. You don't have to be a member of Trade Ideas to have access to this free series of videos for those of you who are new to trading. And last, if you're looking for my scans and you've clicked on my homepage link, here they are. These are the ones you can see the change in 5 minutes and 2 minutes. I've sorted differently, that's all, but here it is on the change in 2 minutes. I've decided to sort on the position and days range. Notice you can sort on whatever column header you have, and I'm just sorting on the position and range. It's up to you. I'm not, this is just what I kind of want to see. So if Coney was at 100%, that would mean it's at the high of the day. TNON is, obviously pulled way back from the high of the day at 31%. Things, so, it's just another way of looking at the information. This is the momentum scan right here. This is the gap continuation or reversal scan that I have on my other monitor that I've missed millions of alerts a day. And then the Pepe scan, as I call it, the Pepe combo scan is this one right here. Single stock window right here. Pulse resumes is here. This is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market actives up and the pre-market actives down. That's what I use in the pre-market. So you can pick and choose whatever you want. It won't hurt my feelings if you don't take any. But and also the other thing is that this is what I want to see in this momentum in this scan, okay? So I want to see stocks between 1 and 100. The current volume is at least 20, trading 20 times normal up to this time of day, 500,000 shares, et cetera, et cetera. This is what I want to see. And then if all these filter values are met and a stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. But you may not want to see all this. You may not, maybe you'll have a different price range you want. If you have any trading experience, maybe you want to add in a filter that you like. This is just what I like to see. So you can use it like a template if you want to use it exactly the same way, fine. But obviously, any scan that I've got, you can make adjustments. Yeah, now look at it. See, the stupid spread was keeping me out of this thing. Yeah, this CPS. The spread is still bad, so I can't complain, but, if the spread had been, tighter, it would have been in this one. Had the alert at 28. Had the alert at 28:11 right there. At 12:52. This is why I love the don't repeat for the day. I can go back in time and see what's happened. Maybe the stock hasn't moved. Maybe there's still an opportunity. Or check to see, okay, I had an alert here. What did it do from there? If I go way back, what did it do from there? So if you wanted this is what you'll see when you guys take my gap continuation or reverse scan from my homepage. If you wanted also to have this side by side, all you have to do is right click and duplicate the window, assuming you still want this window. And then in this window, the new window, you just right click, go to properties, down to the don't repeat, and here's your selection. Don't repeat, and now you can go for a minute, 5 minutes, 15, 30, an hour, or for the day, which is what I've done. Okay, and then you give it a new name. Like I just put DR beside it, so I know that's the don't repeat. That's how you can do things like that. Ah, there you go. Thank you, Pepe. The missing. I've never. You know what? I'm embarrassed to say I've never used the missing symbol check feature. Never used it. So does that make sense? 2002. Yeah, that can be the problem. You see, when a stock gaps up, remember now, I purposely put a 15-minute delay on this. I don't mean 15-minute delay of real time alerts. I just don't want to see anything until I don't want to see anything until 9:45. The reason being is that stocks can go up and down pretty, in the first 15 minutes. I could get, I mean, I'd still get a lot of alerts, but I would be inundated, I think, with alerts. So what Pepe is saying, when you look at Tony, remember the trigger was a new high of the day. So there was the high right up here. You see, right up here at 13:31. So it took until whatever time that was, 10:17. Mm, not not according to this. Oh, that's 4 o'clock. Sorry, sorry. We need to the 9:45 or the 9:45 candle. Yeah, that makes sense because here is the high right there. Okay, say 13:01 right there. That's that opening 15-minute candle. It did not take out that high until that 10:15 candle, which makes sense. At 9:47, it did not do it. There's the next 15-minute candle. It is not above at 13:01. Did not get above 13:01 until that 15-minute candle at 10:15, which makes sense at 10:17 then. Okay, makes sense? No? Because if I look at, well, you know what? I'll make a big, this is a bigger chart. So the 15-minute chart. So here is the opening. There's the opening. Okay, that's the high of the opening candle. Remember, I'm not going to get an alert until after this. So the first time that happened was, here's 10:15 right here. First time that happened was right in this area. So if you have a high at 9:47 that's above this, then yeah, I would say there's maybe something wrong because I'm looking at the 15. There's the opening 15. There's the second one, third one. Definitely on our charts anyway. Definitely not above 1301, which is the high. It took until that 15-minute candle to get above it. As always, thank you, Pepe. I don't even know how to use the symbol check feature. Never used it. Embarrassing to say. Even in a multi-strategy window? But you have to pick, I guess you have to pick one of them, right? So he wanted the gap down and okay, you just have to pick one of them. Okay. What was that one? That was the obviously it was a gap down in reverse. And pony? Never used this. And obviously I have to adjust the time. No, I don't have to adjust the time. Okay. Now what he is saying is here's 946. Oh, but there's the high. There's the high. Okay, there's the high. Ah, when all rows are green. Hey, how about that? Now that's cool. Okay. Thank you. I will use this from now on when somebody. So, yeah, it's crystal clear. So all these rows have to be green, and there it is. So even though it looked like it says all filters are satisfied, yes, but why would it say all filters are satisfied? All the filters are satisfied, but not the alert, right? So all the filters are satisfied. That's what the heart is, but not the alert. Well, that's pretty visual. I like it. Next time somebody asks me something like that, I'll just say, "Well, let's do the missing symbol." Well, that's really crystal clear then, right there, 1017, because the high was 1301 of that first and in within the first 15 minutes. Cool. Now, of course, I'm going to miss. I'm going to. I'm going to. I should have. So real time doesn't work. What? So I don't want history anymore. But I thought you used to be you just go to real time and that's it. Ah, Yeah, but if I close it, don't I lose it? Oh, it was a new one. See, I didn't even know that. Okay, you're right. This is a new window that popped up. Here it is still. Okay. Never used that feature. Interesting. I don't usually think about why something didn't happen. And I've got so much other stuff going on. I don't sort of look at say, go back, well, why didn't it alert here? I never really think about it. Miserable. Now I'm feeling really miserable. I mean, this is now such a great, I mean, the spread is, it's a little tighter, but from 28.11 now down to 27. So, Reddy, what you don't see, there are two rooms, okay? This is what, there's more activity in this room here. YouTube is, it's a simple way for you to get in, but there's not as much interaction among other traders in the YouTube room. If you want to come into the other room, I'll give you a link. Well, if you click on my homepage link, if you save my link, save my homepage link, because you have to do it every day. See trading room right here. And that'll get you into what I call the main room. Okay. You can stay in YouTube if you want. Well, I'll take 1% of that in terms of the very helpful 2002. I'll give 99% to Pepe. And even then, I think I mean generous with my 1%. I think you have to create a new. Well, when you go there, you'll see. Okay, ready? You'll see 2%. All right. You create a username. Well, I've been so distracted today and missing things, but I've only had the one trade today, and that was the S bet. And another good day, Marshall, the die from Melbourne. So if you take, well, you can even do it in a multi-strategy window. Okay, say you thought something was supposed to happen. You say, well, why didn't that symbol show up? So we were using pony as the example. So if I right click and missing symbol check, and I guess I don't even have to do anything here. So we said, because the individual was wondering, well, why didn't pony show up? Okay, and then we say okay, and now another box will pop up somewhere. Did I not do it right? Did I not say okay or something? Oh, I got to check. This is a multi-strategy window, so I have to check one of them. Can't do them all at once. Okay, so this was going to be a gap down and reverse. Gentleman said, "Why didn't I see it?" Now, in an alert window, you don't, it'll just work without having to do this. But in a multi-strategy window, we have to pick the scan. So I'll do that. Now I say okay. Okay, so we were looking for pony. Why? And the gentleman said, "Well, why didn't it show up?" So I'll go right back. Well, it's yesterday, I guess. If it's in green, it would have shown up. Okay. If it's in blue, it's not showing up. In green, it's showing up again. So, it's an interesting exercise. If you look at something and you see a scan, you say, wait a minute, why did it not show up in my scan? Then you can go and use the missing symbol. Oh man, that CPS just absolutely collapsed. So I'm just looking at this. If this takes out 8, this could go on a bit of a rundown. I mean, this is 2023. That's the low right there, 8. You have to go back many more years before we see a low like that. So I might have to look at that one. Yeah, the FDMT, I see this. I know I see some of you guys are in this one. Showing up. Where did it show up first? This is on the gap continuation or reversal also. I don't know where it showed up first. Yeah, Pepe, and I don't think there's any way around it. The problem is with not, don't repeat. It won't show the symbol even if it is changed scans. I've noticed that. And I think you know what I mean. Because if I have it on don't repeat, so at the beginning of the day, it could have been a gap down and go, but then later on, it could have been a gap down and reverse. But I'm not going to see it in the don't repeat because I can only see the symbol the first time. Let's now put your thinking cap on. Is there a way around? I don't think there's a way around that unless I can say don't repeat for. If I can specify the scan, don't repeat in the scan. I don't think there's a way around that though. In other words, I can't say don't repeat here, don't repeat here, don't repeat here. But let's say a stock was a gap down and go, and then all of a sudden it reverses, and it would turn into a gap down and reverse. And that's what I'm not seeing here. Of course, I'm seeing it because I don't have the don't repeat on. So that's why the FDMT more than likely. That'd be nice though, to be able to say, okay, don't repeat in a multi-strategy window, don't repeat in the scan, but if it hits another scan, allow it. Probably asking too much. Hmm. because I have seen that quite a few times actually. Because I click, I see I'm getting something and say, oh, where is it? And they don't repeat, and it's not there, and that's the reason. It switched strategies. All right, guys. Well, I took this one, the GDYN. I'm going to see it's like a lot of room looking left. I have to go back several years before you see the next low. So we'll see if this works out. I mean, it's an earnings play. It's close to eight. I'm out. Usually short stocks under 10, but okay, my computer's probably going to go a little squirrely because I want to check to see how many earnings plays there are next week compared to this week. Give me a moment. I'm just going to mute myself. Okay, guys, I was wrong. So this week we have about 900 earnings plays. Next week is going to be probably the big week in terms of numbers. We're going to have about 1,200. So next week is going to be super active also. Well, Pepe, if you can think of a way, and you don't repeat. Ah, maybe just go individually. Yeah, I think that's it. Yes, that's simple then. Just pick the strategy, don't repeat. That's how you do it. Per day, okay. The next one, don't repeat. Per day, okay. The next one, oops. Those are two things I've learned today. And the last one, I just want to make sure I have done it correctly. Okay, I want to make sure I didn't say ever, forever. And I know the last. Okay, cool. That's how you do it. So now, oh, it's really going to work out well. And that's only for those of you who are using the don't repeat. If you're not using the don't repeat, you don't have to do anything that I've just done. But that is, well, that makes it a lot better. Okay, guys. So in theory, I will be here till say 2:30. In theory, maybe earlier. If there are no questions, but let's talk about the anti-malware, Pepe, just a little bit. I want to. So I'm going to services. I'm going to services because that's the thing that really can go crazy. And I've never figured out a way to disable it. They don't want me to disable it. But I don't see it in a list here. I've clicked on services. I don't see it in a list there. Oh, the real services. Okay. I was in the Unreal one. Well, I'm assuming I this is what I typed. Is this what you mean? It looks the same. I just typed in services in the search box, and this is what came out. So it's not that one. It's So it is here. Okay. I don't see anti-malware there, but okay. Mike C, yes, I can do that. Okay, Mike C in our YouTube room. There's the one I just did. It's just called anti-malware. It like I'm not using it. When I say I didn't add it. It doesn't happen every day, but when it happens, like right now. So this is because I've this is it called anti-malware core service. So maybe that's why the core service. It's not a big deal. It just every now and then it goes crazy. All right, GDYN, you're starting to make a believer out of me. By the way, Pepe, this is going to be a significant improvement having it allowing it to see in another scan. All right, let me try to reduce this down a little bit more here. I don't expect a giant move or anything, but certainly has room when you look at a monthly chart for the GDYN. How about inducing it down to more than a penny? This is an ETF. I know this is an ETF for coin. Boy, so coin is up 16% anyway. Ah, This is that was okay. I want to confuse everybody. That is the one to use if you want to short coin. CONI. So if you thought coin was going to go down, you didn't want to short the stock, you buy this. So, so coin is down 16%. This is double the move down. Okay, guys, I'm just waiting on this GDYN, see if it gives me maybe not if I got into the high 70s, I'd be happy, like 778. May not do it, but right now I'm modestly positive on it, on the short of it. Okay, so I see Lobo is having a bit of a move here, guys. So Lobo is one of those ones that maybe later on, I mean, later on might be right now. High was 127. It's back over $1. Okay, maybe it goes on that late day run. The high of the day, yeah, it's right up here. Well, I may get knocked out of the GDYN. I'm going to watch and see. It's basically right where I shorted it. So Okay, this is a crazy one here. HCHL. This okay on the way down. Happy City, not too happy right now. Happy City Holdings. Never seen this one before. Okay, guys. Well, listen. If there are no questions right now, I might just put myself on mute. Hang around for another, I don't know, maybe half an hour. I just put myself on mute, though. I'll hop back on the mic if there is a question. Okay, so I'll get back on the mic if there's a question. And while I took that little pause, I got out of the GDYN for a little loss. Ugh, no, I just disappeared it. Okay, now I'm going to mute myself. Okay. All right, 161. I see your comment. Well, automatic stock racing is, I think you asked this question yesterday. Stock racing has got nothing to do with the money machine. I mean, stock racing, but I'll keep reading. Well, I'm not sure who you want to talk to exactly. I mean, the money machine has been, the first idea of it came last July, and I know the company was hoping it would be released by now, but where it's still in the, if you listen to Steve today, there's now we're internally testing it, and hopefully it gets released in the next, you know, few weeks after internal testing. But in terms of stock racing has got nothing to do with the money machine. So I'm not sure exactly why you would have thought automatic stock racing was part of the money machine, or stock racing is looks like this. Also, we should take this to the general discussion, or general market talk, or support questions tab. Okay, we should probably take it here, general market talk, or support questions. So, I mean, this is what stock racing looks like. It's really got nothing to do with the money machine. Now, the race hasn't started yet. It'll be take 30 seconds to start, but that's what the stock racing looks like. And you'll see, the ones meeting the filter requirements at the top of the list. Yeah, so you can see a little bit of a movement, and what happens at the end of the four. I'm running a 4 minute race. There'll be a winner declared over the course of the day. You will see 10 stocks, usually that the top 10, the ones that have won the most races over the course of the day. Say a stock won 5 races, it'll be at the top. The next one will be 4, 3, etc., depending how many races. So the one stock that wins the most races at the top, the next one, the second, third, fourth, all the way down to 10. That's what stock racing is. Is nothing to do with has nothing to do with the money machine. I don't run it anymore because I think this really taxes my system. But so yeah, I'm not sure. I do apologize if you thought that. Okay, maybe that's it. I mean, the money machine will take stocks either in like the top three here, or maybe in the top three in the race. I guess I thought it was only based on the tree map, to be honest. But the money machine is still being tested. Yeah, that was a dashboard, just as the demo, yeah, or the free, whatever you the free site. I think the Money Machine will be based on the tree map because that's when you get, different stocks coming in the top 3. Hmm. Okay, GDYN is, teasing me again. I'm out of it, took a little loss on it, but it's getting back down to, that level of the low of the day. So, based on also the free Trade Ideas website, I mean, that's a demo, and it's also a 15-minute delay. It's just sort of trying to give you an idea about what, stock racing looks like and the tree map looks like, but it is a 15-minute delay. I mean, you really couldn't trade off it. At least I wouldn't want to. Boy, Cinemark, getting crushed here, crushed, down 4%. I guess it's not being crushed, but has room to go on a weekly chart still. Underneath here, there's your next low looking left, 20, yeah, 24 something. So there's your next low looking left. There was maybe the first alert, 2603. Almost thought this wasn't working, Pepe, because I saw FDMT twice, but this was after one, we had the alert. So when we did all this, this is when it happened again. That's a great change. I do apologize though if you thought. I mean, it's you. Even if no, just give me a moment on the CNK guys. Ah, you miserable! I'm not back in you. GGYN. Well, I have to stick to my guns on that, and I said if it got close to 8, I was out, and that's what I did. Unfortunately, it did take me out for a small loss. I'm gonna get back in, but I didn't. Hungry kitty. Just give me a moment. So, a student in our YouTube room asked, what trading method works best with the Ollie AI? For example, trend trading, breakout trading, scalps, news trading, or earnings trading? None of the above. The AI is just, you wait for the alerts to happen. Okay. I mean, it's that simple. You wait for the alerts to happen. And when you get an alert, you check to see, this is why you have to have some idea about how to trade. You check to see what the charts are telling you, trying to tell you. And in that fashion, you can make up your mind if you want to take the trade or not. So it's not nothing to do with news, earnings. I mean, there's possibility that there happens to be earnings in any one of these, but it's not based on earnings. It's not. They're not necessarily. They could be pullback trades. Depending on the strategy. Depending on the strategy that you got the alert from, it could. You just sort of see on the chart what it's probably telling you. So there's no. It's not a matter of what works best. You have to have some trading experience though, because I think when you click on it, like for instance here, look at the IMAB early today. Now, IMAB, actually not a low float, but you had an alert right around this area. Okay, if you looked at this and thought, okay, if it takes out this high or that high or that high, maybe I take the trade. So you have to have some trading experience. Right now, I mean, it's completely fallen apart, but at one point, this was up about 10% from the alert. You have to be able to manage the trade. Also, you can't just think it's going to work all day. And I'm talking to a student in our YouTube room. Look at this GDYN. Why? You have to jog me out right there. So when you say can it integrate with an IB? Yes, you cannot. There's no auto trading. Okay, but first of all, we integrate in this fashion. If you see what I'm doing, I'm clicking on tools and then external linking. So we link with many brokerage platforms. Linking means this. When I click on a symbol, it goes right into my order entry. I have IB, okay? So it's a huge time saver. But if you click on an alert in the AI, it'll load into your order entry into Interactive Brokers, if that's what you mean by integrating, without having to type it in. And then from there, you trade it. From Interactive Brokers, you trade it. If that's what you mean by integrating. But we have this external linking tool. We link with many brokers, and it's just a matter of following the instructions. Add link. It says add link. So while keeping this window active, so I'll put my pointer right in the order entry in IB. Hit the shift key. That establishes the link. The only other thing I have to do is in the rules. This wouldn't be grayed out. You would pick IB live. Now you're linked. Now you can click on symbols not just within the AI, but anywhere, and it'll load into your Interactive Brokers account. Boy, that GDYN, man, oh man, this is really working without me. No, I do not trade. I do not trade directly from Trade Ideas. I click on an alert and it loads into my broker platform. I trade from my broker platform. I mean, there's a way in which you can trade directly from Trade Ideas, but I'll be honest. I mean, I've never felt the need to do that. With the external linking tool, I mean, I just have a lot of faith in my trading within Interactive Brokers. I'm so used to doing it. I've had the program now for 9 years. So when I click on an alert, it immediately loads into my broker platform, and there I trade it. But there is a way in which you can trade from within Trade Ideas. But I've never thought of it as being a big time saver. Not with the external linking tool. Okay, if I didn't have the external linking tool, so that somehow I was going to have to type the symbols in, then of course I would if I could trade from broker like within Trade Ideas and I didn't have to do that. Yes, I would. But the fact that I always have to click on the symbol anyway to check the chart to see whether I want to trade it or not. Okay, so I have to click on it anyway, and then the minute I do, it's right in my order entry in the interactive brokers. But there is this little trade ticket. You can so I can do it here. This brings up my broker's plus window, and everything would go in there. If I weren't so used to interactive brokers, maybe, and I was sort of a little more brand new, maybe I would try this. Okay, guys, it's getting close to where I'm going to just take off. Okay, it's 2:24, so I'll hang around for another minute or so, see if there's a question. If not, I'm going to take off. So, as always, thanks for all the help all day long. Much appreciated. Chris Farley is on vacation all next week, so he had been opening the trading room at around 7:30 Eastern time. So I will not be up that early. I'm in Vancouver, Canada, so I will not be up that early. I will try to open the room around 8:15, 5:15 my time. 8:15, okay, Eastern time. Okay, I don't see any questions, so I think that's it for me, guys. So have a great weekend. And again, I'll open the room around 5:15, maybe a little later, but around 5:15 or 8:15 Eastern time, Monday morning. So have a great weekend, guys, and we'll see you Monday. So I'm ending the stream in our YouTube room, okay? Ending the stream there.